Hello everyone, welcome back to my kitchen. So tell me, did we cook or did we cook with this collection? I mean, like, if I could just be honest, maybe I'm a little biased, you know, but truly, chef's kiss. Welcome on in, everyone. It's Simply Stream Saturday. It's the talk of the town, the new Holo Taco Spice Rack collection without spices. I know, okay? What do you expect from me, who doesn't know how to cook? It's my kind of spice rack. We got maple syrup and pink salt. Stunning, beautiful. I can't wait. It's delicious. All right. Today is a low-key launch review, chatting, talking, sipping tea day, answering your questions, whatever you want. A little bit of context in case many of you haven't been to my kitchen recently, whether my actual kitchen or, here, I'll put these down if they're annoying, or my online content kitchen, I guess. Put a 1 in the chat if it's been a while since you've joined a Simplynailogical, Simply Not Logical, what's my name, live stream. So I just feel like it's time, you know, we're changing seasons to give a little refresher on what we do here and why. And let me just get rid of my pinned chat. Okay, did we cook? Yes. Unpinned. Oh, we do have some ones. We got some ones and some 9,009,017s. Hold on, let me put on live chat. There we go. We have some 2%. Those are regulars. I know what that means. Your picture in the thumbnail is stunning. Thank you. I didn't recreate the makeup, unfortunately. Today is zero makeup. She did not cook with her face today, but in the thumbnail, I did. So excited to get spicy when my collection gets here. I don't cook either, but I will with this collection. Honestly, we're just cooking up like beautiful manis, you know, that's fine. Your hair looks great. Thank you. That was the one thing I decided that I could allocate a duplicate effort into, was trying to recreate the curly hair I had on stream. Or, I had in the thumbnail. But I just like, you know, I don't like putting makeup on every day. We've had this discussion, but if I have an event to go to, which I did for the thumbnail taking, I used that as an opportunity to take thumbnails before I went out. It's like, you know, strategic makeup application. Not today, but that's okay. Thank you. I did try to curl my hair though. And fun fact, I got the last time I got my hair dyed in the balayage, the hairdresser said it was a copper honey, like a maple syrup copper honey shade, like where she gradiented the blends of the hair dye together. And I was like, perfect for our spice rack collection. Like literally, I was like, copper, maple, stunning. Exactly. I'm just a big fan of matching my nails to my hair to my outfit. To my jewelry. I'm wearing gold jewelry today. All right, so for the ones in the chat, welcome on in. Since it's been a while, we always say welcome to our wonderful mods. Music is a bit too loud. I got you. We turn it down in this kitchen so we can hear things cooking. Sometimes when there's like a big event, let's say, or a big milestone like Holo Taco's anniversary or a big collab, and in the past, my birthday, but not anymore, my birthday's canceled, or holiday, like things that are like a big deal, whether to us as Holo Taco or you guys, the community, like Holo Royalty launch, or the holiday, like to everyone. For those, we will do a live launch, meaning like you'll be here with me in chat while the collection drops live. So it's very exciting. Everyone's like, what's it going to be? Blah, blah, blah. But we've been doing for the last, like, I want to say almost 2 years, more, I'm calling them low-key launches, where we have a collection that's kind of slotted in between those bigger moments that do have me talking about them on stream. So I'm here if you need me, but it's not live during the launch when Holo Taco like puts the products on the website. So we launched our new Spice Rack collection, which is a entry to fall collection yesterday. It went live yesterday, so it's already on the website. So you can already see, shop, buy, see everything. But I'm here the next time I stream, which is today, right now, if you're here live, or shout out to the VOD squad, just to walk through it with you guys, because I know how much you guys want to see how we cooked in the kitchen. You know, you want to see a mood board, you want to see me walk through formulas and that kind of thing. So whether I'm streaming live during the launch or afterwards, I love the chance to like get to chat and chill with you guys. I do find these low-key launches where it's me streaming later is a little more like, you know, we're just chatting, relaxing. I have more time to focus on your guys' questions because it's less about like, is the website live, blah, 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 and like all of those things, you know? It's a little less stress, and I think that that's very fitting for our first entry to fall transition collection as we move into warm, cozy vibes. And speaking of warm, cozy vibes, I see a Beyyyn with tea. It's full. Oh, you did it like a latte. There's a little bit of cinnamon. Chef's kiss to Ben. Cheers. Okay, we need to take a sip before it falls all over my apron. Ooh! He cooked with that tea. Oh, wait, you gotta see the front of the mug. Just chill, everyone. That's what we're doing here today. Thank you for the tea, Beyyyn. I'm so glad we're transitioning to fall. Me too. Except for me, it means winter's coming and it's like hibernation in Canada for another 6 months. So don't depress me on that part, but fall is beautiful. Alright. So yeah, let me just take a quick look at super chats. But what I would like to do with you guys is go through the website, talk about the collection, show you the mood board, show you matte versus glossy. We can talk about some combos. We'll do some comparisons later. Holo Taco already posted some. I know there's a typo. Let's see if you can find it. And yeah, we'll just walk through it all and get to your questions. Let me get these though. Andy Bear, your picture. Oh yes, thank you. I read that. Very kind. Welcome, Suze's Punk, to the Menchie Gang. Quick notice for the Menchie Gang, which we do a extra bonus live stream almost at the end of every month, just as a little extra thank you for you guys. I think it's gonna have to be on a Monday this time, but I will follow up. We have like a couple weeks, but I think I'm gonna have to push it from a Sunday to the Monday, whatever the last Monday is of the month. But I will confirm that soonish, just so you guys are aware. BB collab, BB No Money Girl is such a wonderfully different collection. Thank you for fall vibes. I always look forward to fall. I feel like our fall collections always have such a wonderful reception, and I don't think it's just because like it's PSL season and that's like everyone in beauty or whatever is feeling that. I think specifically the Holo Taco customer base is more interested in dark, moody shades on average than like light pink spring, what you would generally associate with spring. We've seen this in a lot of our data. It's how Holo Royalty votes in general. Maybe I'm not talking about specific color, but just vibes. Like, and then I can tell that from over 7 years of existing, what type of collections you guys go for more. So yeah, keep that thought, but you guys are so right. You look ready for the pumpkin patch photo shoot. Herb, your enthusiasm is my fave. Yes, we got green. Popping in to say hi and bye. Thanks, Abby, the Aussie. I'm gonna go cut off 12 inches of my hair. Very excited. Thank you for more chromes. Yes, the copper. Fave formula other than frosted metals. Sophie accidentally bought this yesterday along with Unicorn #1. She's back, thanks to Royalty. Love the full lineup of gorgeous specialties. Cast iron. I cannot. Cast iron is such a good sneaky one. Like, look at her. She shines so wonderfully, like in real life too. Again, this is one of those shades that like you cannot photograph. Can't wait for the in-depth description of formulas. Always my favorite part. Thank you, Megan. Starshot. Hello, Chris. Hope everyone has a great week. I broke my ankle a few days ago. No! It's like my sister. I wish you good recovery and hopefully not too long on crutches if that was needed. 8-Bit Bean. As someone who uses spice racks to organize polish, this collection was made for me. Really? Okay, that's pretty sick. A spice rack is kind of like a nail polish display rack, which is why I named it that, if you're wondering. Okay, so let me grab the mood board, but here, let me put up a poll. What's your favorite, since we were kind of talking about this, what's your face? What's your fave season for nail polish colors / palette? Okay, now it's up to you to kind of interpret what is a summer, spring, fall palette, right? It's, yeah, I'm not gonna spell it out. I can't add pictures to this YouTube poll. I can't even get more than 4 options, so. So we'll do summer. That's not in order. Summer, fall, like what's the order? Winter, and spring. There are 4 seasons for 4 poll values. No, I will not stand. My watch is asking me to stand. Alright, just give me a sec. There it is. I'll wear any color any time of year. Yeah, I mean fair. But just if you had to choose, if you had to pick like what palette and what you think is associated, like just think to what cosmetics companies, you know, tend to promote during that time. Like what's a spring? It could be general too, or not cosmetics. I did say nail, but think generally, not like what Holo Taco does specifically, but just like what do you think of when you think of like nail spring collections? Ben did so good with the tea latte. Thank you, Ben. I was expecting just like my regular steeped tea. No frothed oat milk, but he cooked. All right, let's take a look. What's chat's fave season for nail polish colors / palette? Oh, 62%, 63% said fall. Okay. I mean, are you just saying that? What if I asked you this in like the middle of, what's the worst one? The middle of spring. Okay, let's try and remember this. When it's spring, which is the lowest one, 7%. Okay, like in March or something, I'll ask you what's the exact same question and we'll see how this changes. So let's try and save this, mod save this poll, and write like something in our group chat that's like fave season right now. So I can search the terms and remember it. But like I do want to compare this. Are we biased by the season that we're actively in? Or the season of nail polish that I am actively promoting? One or the other. We got to recognize these things. All right, fall wins at 63%. Well, good, because we have a fall collection out right now. Here's the mood board. Holo Taco's new Spice Rack collection. It's a transition to fall. We're ready to watch the leaves start to turn. We're ready for gilded coppers and syrupy jellies, maple luscious sweet, caramelized brulee, like warm tones, but also a sprinkle of earthy greens, and maybe some pink salt, you know, because that's my favorite spice. Yes, we did, to be honest, like, we went through a whole list of, like, collection names, and I've already seen the jokes, the memes on Discord. You know what? And, you know, I love you guys. I think it's hilarious that you make fun of me for being like, oh, only a white girl could make a spice rack collection with salt as the only spice, and salt isn't even a spice technically. I know. I hear you. I invite you to make fun of my cooking skills. I know. To me, this was more of like a gilded pantry. And what's in your spice rack is, I didn't really interpret as, or I didn't see as literal, right? It's like, what's in your pantry? Who cares what's on the rack? For me, you know, there's a couple things in here that I would put on a literal rack, like salt. You know, maybe my bottle of maple syrup. Canadian, 100% real only. Get that garbage corn syrup out of here. I don't want to talk to anyone who uses garbage corn syrup. Yeah, real maple syrup only. We literally color matched it to this and then added sparkles. Some pink Himalayan salt. Here's some ASMR for you. And then personally, like, what excited me the most was getting a copper type pot, pan, whether it's like mixing spoons like this, measuring spoons. I also tried to find like real copper cookware like that, but I couldn't find any that like was less than $200, and I was just like, I can't do it. So I like bought this like tiny little pot, I don't know, just to like get the vibes. But I really love the somewhat antique vibes of it, but also the warmth and the coziness of it. It's really hard to get like a copper kitchen because then you almost have to have everything match, right? You can't just like randomly, if you're going for the aesthetic kitchen look, you can't have like one copper thing and then like stainless steel. Like, it just doesn't work. So I admire the people who've been able to have like a completely copper aesthetic in their kitchen. I could never do it because it just seems too challenging and hard, but I yearn for that color of copper so badly, and we needed it in a nail polish. How have we not had a copper chrome in 7 years? I don't know. I apologize. I'm sorry. Speaking of sorry, maple syrup. Yes, I know. We had to do that too. But in addition to the copper cookware vibes, which to me was the anchor shade of this collection, like I started with copper. I'm like, we're doing a copper chrome. And obviously this was after development of the Sweeten the Pot Gold for Jackpot Anniversary, which we still have individuals of. So if you really like chromes and the gold and the copper variety, like you could do silver, or you could do gold, silver, copper now. We have all three. World's first. This is the world's first copper too. Funny how that works. But in addition to the copper vibes, I personally like, when I think like kitchen vibes, a cast iron that is sparkly, like a blackened charcoal. Ugh, that was also like a necessary shade for me. So I know, not a spice, but the cast iron vibes, but make them like more reflective or a little bit sparklier. Also, how cute is this? This is the tiniest cast iron pot I could find because I posed with it in some of the pictures. But I'm just like, wait. What's cooking? It's a cast iron shade. So cute. It fits perfectly. Like, I mean, honestly, brilliant. There. I'll serve it to you on a copper platter. It's so cute. What are you gonna cook in there? Nail polish, obviously. Like, they're my cute little props. I have to get miniature versions of everything. Well, the spoons are normal size, but this maple syrup is like quite small as far as maple syrup. This is like a travel size, you know? I was trying to get mini versions of everything so I could pose with it. This salt shaker was giant though. It's just what I had. All right. And then, yeah, we have some herbs to add some dark earthy colors in there. We have a sugar dust taco because we really felt like we needed another topper that felt sweeter and was a little bit more fuller coverage, like sugar. But we'll get to that and what's in its composition when we do the video walkthrough. And then the brulee as the magnetic. made so much sense to me, because when you take like the flame tool, right, to like brulee and crisp something, to caramelize the layer on the creme brulee, you can, if you want to, like sear it and like make a line through it, which really reminded me of a magnetic. So we've been trying to make like a gold, like super gold magnetic for a while now. It's something that I've seen people request. Like, give me like gold, like where the line is gold, not the base, which is brown, but the line itself being like very rich gold. So that's where the brulee and the caramelization kind of came through. So this stream is making me hungry. Perfect. Can we eat the nail polish? My lawyer says to say no. But it looks so good. All right. Let's open my camera. Anything that gives me warm and browns, I adore. Perfect. Let me switch the battery. Welcome to my kitchen. We've been cooking. So this is the spice cooking collection for those who don't cook. If you cook with copper cookware, it doesn't stay that color. It doesn't? See, I wouldn't know. It's the aesthetics I'm after. That's okay. We could be honest. It looks good on nails, guys. That's the point. All right, let me grab my spices from the rack. By rack, I mean Holo Taco display rack. Here, let's put them in order. I like to line up my spices. Oh no. What happened to cast iron? It was cast away. Literally, where is it? Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm so dumb. It's in the pot. I literally punked myself. That was genuine. I honestly forgot. Oh my god. Wow. She is not cooking. I think all my brain cells are cooked. That's what happened there. It's crazy. Okay. I have 2 coppers too. Why did that happen? I don't know. Alright, here we go. Like, I love when we get, you know, great feedback on the color story. I think with this collection in particular, people are really loving the fall vibes. But if I'm gonna be honest, like, people say that almost every fall collection where the vibes and the storytelling was very fall based. Obviously, if we release something that wasn't quite fall but was during that period, then it's like the point isn't really moot, or the point isn't the same. But if, like, you know, the Down to Earth collection, like, that's a really good example of a fall collection where people were like, oh my god, I love this color story, it being fall. Even Holo Barista, which was not fall, but it's a very fall palette because it was like brown tones. Dark Academia is another one that people were like, oh my god, I love these vibes. Very dark, moody, fall, rich, Luke's tones. It's very autumn, yes. I want to drink the maple, yeah. I needed like a true maple shade. Like we've never done that and leaned into the name. Like obviously we've had brown or sparkle shades before, but this one was very specifically developed to match the spirit of maple syrup, plus some like reflective glitters. Like I was like, nah, let's make it like crazy one. It's a maple sugar one. I want to buy the nail polish rack because I have enough polishes to need it, but the dimensions are too large for my shelf. Oh, time to get another shelf. Or you can put it on your desk. Or like a surface as like a display thing. Okay, so let's take a look here. Oh, I just realized they're in the order of my nails and not these ones. Let's redo it. All right, new spice. Hold on, focus. New Spice Rack collection. Nothing is limited edition. We're just vibing, we're just chilling, giving you some wonderful, cozy, warm fall shades to choose from, or you can pick them all up in a special Spice Rack bundle that has a discount. So you always save more when you buy the bundle. Could we ever get a plain maple jelly? Maybe there's one in the works for something else, something unrelated. But for this collection, we really wanted to focus on having a variety of sophisticated but yet sparkly finishes, or shiny. Sparkly or shiny was kind of my like, we're not doing cremes for this collection. We're not repeating Down to Earth, which was great vibes, all cremes with the topper. But this one I was really like, we need to curate wonderful, sophisticated, sparkling pigments that all do something a bit different. So you have a variety, right? Like the same thing at your spice rack. You have a variety of different flavors, different finishes that you can savor, you can enjoy. Don't eat the nail polish. Legally required to make that clear. So a little bit of something for everyone, right? We have a topper that is so multi-purpose. You do not have to use it with this collection. I feel like that's gonna go hard even when it comes to like pastels and make your spring nails nicer, you know, if you're bored of spring. But I really wanted to do like a sugar dust theme there, but that one is super versatile and doesn't have to pair with any of these. I mean, I do think it shows well on the copper or the green, but we're gonna do combos in a bit. We have a gilded chromy copper, absolutely stunning. Finally getting a copper out in the universe. We have a brulee caramelized inspired gold magnetic. Look how rich that line is. Like, beautiful. Herb colored green, very rich. It is not chameleon coat. Chameleon coat, RIP. She was a multi-chrome. This is more of a metallic. I'd say its formula is most similar to Velvet Room from the Jackpot collection, to that red. So it's probably a 2-coater, but it's very like lush. So it's not quite a chrome, it's a metallic, but it's such a minor difference that I get why people like maybe are a bit confused because like they're both shiny. Like they're both shiny, but like technically the pigment I would say is a little bit more of a smooth metallic, like a very, very fine metallic, rather than a chrome. But you know, whatever. If you like the way it looks, then who cares? And then we have pink Himalayan salt, which doesn't look like this normally because you have human skin, right? So it's gonna change depending on the color of your skin or your nail bed. Mine are yellow. Here it is on my thumb. Actually, here's a good example, right? I have super yellow nails, and so that's what it looks like on me. This is a very jelly, transparent, buildable polish. 3 coats is what I'm wearing. And I've already seen, like, I'm kind of shook at how everyone seems to be loving this shade, because this is jelly. Like, it's intentionally not full coverage. And historically, the Holo Taco customer base wants full coverage, like, give me something rich that'll cover up my life, basically. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people say like, no, I'm absolutely in love with this pink Himalayan salt shade. So, okay, that's great. But yeah, it is designed to read differently because that's just the formula. Very sheer, but buildable. So I prefer 3 coats for me, but you can also put it over whatever you want if you want to tint the undertone, of course. Then we got cast iron. I really needed something like this is selfish me. I was like, no, give me a charcoal. Like, give me something dark that is I could wear any time of year, but also as I get into fall and I just need like a near black accent shade, this is what it is. So when you go at an angle, cast iron looks like near black, but because it's made up of tiny micro metallic foil flakes that are like a gunmetal shade, it also has scattered hollow in it. It reads like, I wouldn't call it silver, it's a lot darker than a silver, but here it is in the bottle, so the bottle will catch the light, right? But then it also has dimension, so it looks very dark, and then when it's right in the light, it's like pew, like a shiny cast iron pan, like it's glossy. Super stunning. This is very fine flakes too, so I wouldn't call this a frosted metal. It's more of a micro metallic flake, somewhere closer to Teal No Lies. But why am I getting too in depth? We'll do it during the video. And then another sneaky favorite that this Canadian had to put in the Spice Rack collection is maple sugar glaze. And she is dimensional. She's got moves, okay? She's a maple syrup jelly base that is slightly translucent. Here she is on my other hand. I'm wearing 3 coats. You can also do it in 2 if you want to see more visible nail line and have it look more jelly. I like doing 3 coats because that way the golden shimmer and the golden reflective glitter layer up so it becomes more packed. If you just do like 1 or 2 coats, you're going to have less of the sparkle and more of the jelly. But it has beautiful gold reflective glitters in it that really stand out in flash lighting, right? So in this angle, you're seeing the shimmer. That's not even the reflective glitter. You need like a ring light or a direct iPhone flash. You can kind of pick up on some of them, see? It's very specific. It's reflective glitter, like reflective taco, but it's gold. But this also has gold shimmer. So that means you're getting some pop of gold regardless of the lighting. Stuffed in a base. And also like, I love how the bottom of this also says Canada. Like, there you go. To my Canadians out there, I give you maple sugar glaze. Just don't eat it. Grade A, rich, robust, dark amber, real 100% Canadian maple syrup. Put it on your pancakes. Put it in your Greek yogurt. Take a shot of it. Beautiful. The way it sparkles, I just can't. All right, the collection Glossy. And here I've got Sugar Dust Taco on nothing, she naked, on 1 coat black, and on Not Milky White, which is a little bit blown out in this Beauty Guru lighting, but there is a picture on the website that has it over white. So there's the new collection Glossy. And why don't we do a poll? And there's the new collection, Matte. What do you think of it, Matte? The way adding a matte taco to fall collections always makes it look so rich and soft and velvety and like cashmere. Is that what it is? It's like fall cashmere candle cozy blanket season. You just add a matte taco. Or even creating a Skittle Mani where you have some that are glossy and then like an accent that has matte. Like, okay, this one stands out to me. We're probably killing some of the shimmer, right? But like, it just looks so lush Even cast iron, that's beautiful. Oh, and anything that's like chrome or metallic looks super, it is soft. Like, by the way, this feels really nice. And sugar dust taco, you can actually see the little pieces of iridescent glitter. They lean orange on top of black, right? They're warm toned iridescent glitters on black, but they will read cooler on white, right? Because it's the opposite. It's like a unicorn skin idea, but these are not unicorn skins. They are iridescent glitters. So they are hex shaped. But this side of the wheel, you could achieve all this with a matte taco, and it kind of makes it look like velvet cashmere. Ooh. That's the sugar caramelizing. What, this one? Or when it's matte. The magnetic also looks kind of insane, like the way it travels too. Woo! It brulee me away. Stunning. I have so many feelings. I'm so happy now we can have crushed hollow as a topper. There's crushed hollow in this. Yes, we finally made it work in a way that didn't feel like it was stepping on other toppers' toes. Your look is giving Claire Saffitz right now. Okay, that's such a compliment. Ben loves that. He loves Claire Saffitz. I mean, my cooking skills are definitely not, unless we're talking about how we cooked with this nail polish collection. Did we cook or did we cook? All right, let's open the website. And then we'll watch the video. And then I will ask you your favorite shade name and we'll get some data, which we have from a full day now, which is great. I love, you know, gathering more data. You cooked and it's delicious. Cooked and left no crumbs. Sugar and spice and all things nice. That was an alternate shade, or not shade name, a collection name. Sugar and spice. We just kept internally calling it the Sugar and Spice collection. But I just like, I don't know. I thought it was too like nursery rhymey. So I fought against Sugar and Spice. All right, spice rack. You prefer, oh, 75% said glossy. Okay, this one I think more of you are saying glossy than matte. Interesting. Cooked and it's Michelin star quality. Thank you. I love that. All right, I'm just pulling open the website and the video. Because I need gold to be shiny. Yeah, gold or copper. I hear you. Yeah, you don't want to murder it. Like, this looks stunning on its own, like copper. Ooh. All right. Who's that? This is a new picture of me. Huh. All right. Spice up your life. All the people in the world, spice up your life. Every boy and every girl, spice up your life. Is this an unofficial Spice Girls collection? I wish. Look at these, like, absolutely stunning. It kind of looks like it's out of a cookbook. You know, shout out to our wonderful content production team. Like, this is cookbook material. Like, I would eat whatever is being presented in these pictures, even if it's nail polish. We've got the full collection set. Again, nothing is limited edition, so you can pick it up later, assuming it is still in stock. But if one individual sells out, then the full collection will also be sold out until we are able to restock it. But our intention is, even if something sells out, we want to restock it. Praise be to the supply chain. We pray to them, the supply chain gods. All right. Spice Rack Collection. The best recipes start at the Spice Rack. Fold into fall with 7 cozy colors in a fully seasoned blend of finishes. Warm maple glaze, gleaming copper, a dash of crystal pink salt. Don't hold back. Paint what you're craving. Delicious. So the full bundle includes all polishes. You've got 7 polishes total, 6 full coverage type polishes, and 1 topper. Yeah, there's some pictures of flash without flash for the reflectives. But yeah, you got the maple syrup. Like, okay, let's just look at the pictures. Shout out to our wonderful swatchers. This set looks absolutely stunning. On dare I say everyone? Like, but here's maple sugar glaze in the 2 different lightings, but you're getting the benefit of gold sparkle no matter what, right? And here it is. I think most of these swatchers are using flash, so you're really getting those like dispersed gold reflective glitters. Oh, she's lush. And then you've got the pink Himalayan salt, right? So it's gonna read a little bit softer in normal lighting, like that, like more like it has scattered hollow or something. And then it's got it does also have scattered hollow, like micro scattered hollow. And then it has the silver reflective glitter, and that's supposed to be like the salt crystals coming through in the very pale pink jelly. So this will show your visible nail line, depending on how visible it is, right? And how many coats you do and what base coat you do. So this kind of represents like a range of what you might expect. It looks like lip gloss. Yeah, it is like a blush lip gloss. Yeah, I feel like probably ColourPop has like come out with the shade exactly for lip gloss. Or like a lip oil maybe. Don't put nail polish on your lips. All right, Herb Your Enthusiasm. Okay, like this one is gorgeous. Very rich, very luxe, very shiny. So it's metallic. It's like almost reads like a chrome, but it's technically not. But this one is so shiny that it's like a real life experience, because when you put a bunch of lights on it, it almost makes it harder to see. You know what I mean? Same thing with Frosted Metals. All right, Brulee Me Away, a rich, super rich caramelized magnetic. I love how this one lands on everyone, and someone said it looks like tiger's eye jewelry or gems, and I think that's absolutely another way to look at the shade. To me, I saw like creme brulee and caramelizing of something with like flambe style, but I also think like tiger's eye is a good one, yeah, to describe this. But it's very gold. That's what I was trying to achieve in the stripe itself, be rich gold instead of silver, which on average most magnetic pigments, and they're usually like mixed with something to like try and make it read a bit different. But most magnetic pigments end up being kind of silver at their core, or like grayish silver. So we really tried to make this one a gold, and not necessarily the multi-chrome goldish amber that comes from the multi-chrome pigment in a lot of magnetic blends, where it goes from like greenish gold to amber to sort of reddish, because like that's not what I wanted for this. You had to get a just gold on gold exclusive one, which is harder to find. So it looks like your hair right now, so pretty. Right? So my hair, according to my hairstylist, was copper maple honey blend. Like she used, I think, 3 different types of toners and did a gradient, or like a shadow root. That's a term they use. Shadow root, and then basically a gradient down the hair and in different spots. So there's some that are a bit redder and some that are a bit more like maple auburny. And that was my inspo. I was like, can you make a Spice Rack collection on my hair? But yes, thank you. I just had to put down my old cat lady to... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm devastated, but Brulee Me Away looks like her eyes. It does look like a golden cat eye, yeah. So excited to get it to remind me of her. All right, then we got Cast Iron, which we've been missing something like this in the catalog since Gala collection, which was like, feels like 8 million years ago. It was like 5 years. Was that 5 years ago? Oh my God. But here she is, not limited edition, a robust dark charcoal, like super cooked shade, like grilled frosted metal, if that makes sense. Actually, it's not a frosted metal, I lied. This is a micro metallic foil flake. The flakes aren't large enough to qualify for what we normally put in a frosted metal. They are smaller. They're more micro flakes of the gunmetal color variety with a dash of scattered hollow. We got copper coated, and this was like straight up just give me a copper pot, a copper pan, a copper spoon. And we did kind of play with the undertone of this. In the beginning, it was like way too pigmented. I know, crazy that I decided against that. But we had ones that read more rich, but I thought it was just gonna read orange. So we literally like toned it down, which is rare for me to agree to. I was like, no, we need to tone it down, which required actually either removing some of the orange pigment or adding a bit more silver to get it a little more like a copper pot or pan, not a super rich that's almost bordering shiny orange, right? This one was very tricky, and we did go through too many, I think. And we have Sugar Dust Taco, which if you've wanted a crushed Holo Taco, this is for you because there's crushed hollow in it. But there's also orange iridescent glitter. We've never had iridescent glitter in a topper like this, with the exception of like Blue Fizz Taco, which is technically like has blue iridescent glitters, but that's very different than this, where these are all like micro small pigments, like fairy dust style. I will say this topper is much more full coverage. It's like much more dense and packed than scattered Holo Taco, for example, which is exclusively silver small scattered hollows. This is crushed asymmetrical tiny flakes of hollow plus tiny iridescent glitters, which read orange on dark, but they read cyan on light. And it also has some scattered hollow. There's a lot more going on, and it's more dense. So there she is on the Naked Nail, over Not Milky White, over Herb Your Enthusiasm, over One Coat Black. And here's some, ooh, look at this recipe book. I've been dreaming about a crushed Holo Taco for so long. Yeah, we've talked about how I couldn't do it because people would just think it's scattered hollow or flaky Holo Taco. But this, I felt confident enough to make it more unique and a little more full coverage. So it just depends what you're looking for. It has a different use case, right? Because you're going to get more out of it on one coat. And the iridescence just adds like a tiny bit of warmth. Just a little. It's, again, sophisticated sugar. Okay, it's not just like white sugar. Okay, we've got some brown sugar. Iridescent sugar, does that exist? But that's the set. And then, yeah, you can see on the rest of the page these absolutely stunning pictures that have like matching themes in the back. Look, maple sugar glaze. Cast iron has peppers, okay? Don't ask. It's like peppercorn. Peppercorn was like another, you know, word that we were looking at when we were writing the shade names. And a few of these could go multiple directions, right? Like this didn't have to be herb, your enthusiasm. We could have like picked an actual herb, oregano or something. But we just thought that one worked. And brulee, like this one, we went through different ones like golden spoon or maybe something else related to searing. But there was a lot of like options to work with. And I think that's a good thing because it just meant like there's so many flavors and kitchen vibes that can come out of this color story in this collection. So we really had like too many options with the shade names. You know what I mean? And sometimes when you have too many options, it's like too many cooks in the kitchen. So it's hard to choose. Yeah, it could have been cumin, turmeric coated. Yeah, see, I hear you. But oregano is a state. It is a state in the United States of America. Anyways, we landed on sugar dust taco, copper coated, brulee me away, herb your enthusiasm, pink Himalayan salt, cast iron, and maple sugar glaze. So some simple, some to the point, some just like remind me of what it is, like salt, pink Himalayan salt. And some that are a little cheeky, like brulee me away or herb your enthusiasm. So we're gonna watch the video next and deep dive into the formulas. Oh, look at these drips, so luscious. Gorgeous shades, you did it again. Thank you. I was surprised we did not get a pumpkin spice something. We didn't want to do orange, to be honest. Orange never sells. But also, I was really focused on copper. Like, that was my first shade that was like, no, we need a copper. So I didn't want to like layer on an orange. And I did think meeting like 2 rich browns was a better move. And some of our rich browns have proven to do well if they're done well. Like brownie points or the Holo Barista collection. Maybe mostly espresso, your Holo does really well. So I wanted to like take that into account, but make them a little bit warmer and like very have a lot going on in terms of dazzle and shine or sparkle. So I just thought like I don't really need an orange. And I didn't want it to be like the PSL collection, if I'm being honest. I didn't want to be like Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, and everyone else who's just like, PSL! Please give us an orange for Halloween. Maybe I give you like the ugliest orange ever for Halloween. I think that would be funnier. Like something so scary, like scary ugly. We do have oh my gourd. Yeah, that's like more classic bright pumpkin. All right, let me just swap on over to the page. Do we like the music vibes? It's very like Bakeological, which I want to do more of in celebration of this collection. I think the next 2 Saturday streams, we literally go to the kitchen. What do you think? Hi, Holo Mommy. Hi. Hi, Steve. Thank you for Cast Iron. I've been mourning Blacklisted since forever. Yeah, she was blacklisted many years ago, but now we have a good substitute. She's a little bit more, I don't want to say warm, but more neutral rather than cool undertone, but we'll get to comparisons. I hate the music. You need to spice up your life then. Then you have to use the mini cast iron on stream. I don't know if that's like sanitary because I've been like using it as a nail polish prop. What can I cook off acetone in it? Yes, next April Fool's stream, Rotten Pumpkin. Well, what if I just do that not for April Fool's? What if I just get so absolutely cooked and I just like give you something ugly? Not for a joke. Not as a joke. We'll see. Anyways, let's watch the Holo Taco video. This is our usual launch video that we always have available at the time of launch. So even if I'm not streaming live, you can always count on the Holo Taco channel. Make sure you go follow it directly and like it to come out with a somewhere between like 4 to 8 minute long video that really walks through all the polishes in the collection. It'll give you close-ups and macros and that kind of thing. Shots in different lightings that I always capture on my iPhone straight up. No editing those, just formatting them. So you can always head over there if I'm not live and you're looking for more. If you're impatient and you're like, I need to know immediately when it drops, then you can go to the Holo Taco YouTube channel. We also link that. That's what this is. Like if you just click this, it'll play on our landing page for whatever the new collection is. Give us an orange jelly with purple flakes in it. That'd be so ugly. Like an orange jelly, guys. Like we did that with In My Peelings. And how many people wear that and love it? I'm just saying. We give it to you anyways because we know you want it. But I don't think people are wearing it. I haven't seen like more than 2 manicures. We got to be honest here. Okay. Let's pause this. Look, the captions are heat. This is accurate. Accurate captions. Should I leave them on? What? There's no talking in this video. Why? Music. Is that the only captions? Wait, what? Heat. It knows. We cooked. All right, fold into fall with the Spice Rack collection from Holo Taco. Our wonderful new oh no, I'm playing in 480p. I'm fired. We have to redo it. Heat. Fold into fall with Holo Taco's new Spice Rack collection. We are transitioning into fall. We want warm, cozy colors in a fully seasoned blend of 7 different finishes. So let's get granular like sugar. First up, pink Himalayan salt. It's a light, warm pink, sheer, buildable jelly formula. I've seen people say this reminds them of gel nail polish, which we aren't. We are not gel. Okay, we only sell regular nail polish that is air dry and doesn't require the same tools, expertise, education, and all the other things that you should technically know about and be educated in if you are using gel polish and like lamps. Okay, we do regular polish, which is DIY, user-friendly, good for everyone. You just got to know how to prep the nail plate a little bit. That's all. So this is a sheer buildable jelly formula, which maybe looks a little more jelly, right? Like I meant gel in the nail polish category. It has silver reflective glitter and micro hollow so that it still sparkles no matter what lighting. A little bit of salt, a lot of sparkle. For this one, even though it's buildable and I'm kind of like, oh, you can pick as many coats as you want, I really think to get maximum sparkle, layering on that 3rd coat, 3 thin coats, always do thin coats when you're layering up a glitter, no matter what type of glitter formula it is, because that's what gets you that stacked dimension. If you only do 1 coat, you're going to have more dispersed glitter. If you want the like full super glittery, I want to see it from all angles, I want it to sparkle the most, then doing more coats is better. Heat. Okay, I'm going to turn off these captions. So here's the difference in reflective lighting. If you have our reflective taco, it's very similar. Reflective pigments are not holographic. They are usually 1 color. In this case, this is the silver type of reflective pigments. And it's kind of like, you know, when you come up to a stop sign at night, like on the road, or a safety vest, like a construction vest or like a runner's vest, and there's those silver strips that if a light or a headlamp comes at them at the perfect angle where your line of sight is, then it refracts and it kind of like glows silver. That's what reflective pigments are like. So they're not going to be as like bright and shiny, like pew pow, at all angles or in regular lighting. It's kind of like a little spicy surprise. And this shade, we deliberately put micro scattered hollow in it as well so that it still looks sparkly, even if you're not hitting that very specific reflective angle. But the reflective angle is a really fun party trick. So if you have this shade or maple sugar glaze or any of our reflective pigment nail polishes, then whipping out your iPhone, turning on whatever phone you have, turning on the flash and looking at your nails through your phone is one way to make it look like I have on the right there. I didn't shoot this on my phone. This was shot on my like real camera. The other way to get reflective pigments to come out is to take a ring light and put it right around the camera. So that's what I do in my photography. But really, too long didn't listen is the light source needs to be directly at your field of vision. So whether that's aligning with your eyeballs looking at the polish or aligning with the lens of the camera if it's being recorded. Maybe this will help like 3 content creators in chat who are like, wait, is that how you do it? Yeah. I did struggle like in the beginning because it looks amazing. Like I could go like this in real life and be like, yes, I can see it. You know, I just flash it. But it's really hard to capture on camera. So that's my trick. The ring light around the lens, a very narrow one, not a ring light like up here. Like pretend this is the camera, like right here. I love a salt lamp. It kind of looks like a salt lamp. Yeah. Is this shrimp colored? Only to the Holo Taco detectives. This is pretty. I love salty ham. Okay, you know, you see what you want. You are what you eat. I'm so happy for a sparkly nude-ish jelly. Yep, this one's quite neutral. And for those who work somewhere where your workplace cares or you think your workplace cares, this is probably a more wearable shade in that socially constructed context. Like that's cool. That's cool. All right, and then we're just watching it on our wonderful swatchers. Again, the color's gonna read differently depending on you and your lighting. And here it is in different lighting on me, on my iPhone straight up. I don't edit these other than if the color was like totally thrown, I just try and bring it back to earth. But this is like indoors, just like one spotlight, like that's in my kitchen. This is without overhead lighting. That's with flash, so that's where you're gonna pick up the extra reflective sparkles. And in the shade, you're not going to see any of the reflective sparkles, but you'll really see like how jelly it is. Like that comes out in the shade. It's very blushy. It is kind of like a cream blush. If you took a cream blush and put it on your nails, it'd look like this. Plus a bunch of sparkles. We can't, you know, can't have no sparkles. It looks like a gummy. Yeah, it kind of looks like a vitamin. Like a girly vitamin that they try to like market to women as if like there's a difference and you should have these gummies or whatever. Do you remember that? I remember that like so clearly, like 10 years ago, there was such a thing. I guess it still is, but. Copper coated. Oh, smooth, lustrous copper chrome. We did it. We're refilling the catalog with chromes. Finally, I know. This one catches the light. It's like a copper pan, a copper mug. It is malleable in terms of like make the look your own. You can put a topper on it. You can use it as an accent nail. You can do it as a French tip because it's so pigmented. Let's watch that again. Playback, okay? I just need to... Did we cook with this coverage or did we cook? That is a one coat. The coverage is crazy. Yeah. Okay. So it's like Sweeten the Pot. Who has Sweeten the Pot? Comment in the chat if you have Sweeten the Pot and what you think. Sweeten the Pot is from our jackpot collection. I'm literally gonna pull it up because I can't spell. Sweeten. There. Okay. This was the rich gold we did for our 7th anniversary collection. Oh, look, 28 reviews. 4.6. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Stop thinking about it and just buy it. It applies really nicely. Same level as silver chrome polish. Yes! Molten gold in a bottle. Yes. Thank you, Lizzie, Layla, Rosalie, and love. Oh, love. No, your name's Gina, but you love it. So it's similar to Sweeten the Pot. I will say that with our new era of chromes, let's say, they are improved, but they're also just, they are technically different pigments because we're trying to come, it's a bit of a compromise to try and get richer colors out of chromes rather than like the very light ones that end up pastel if you tint them any color because their base is silver. So they're slightly less opaque, but like I think I'm just being an overthinker and like being super picky. But I do think that this new version of chromes, I would recommend 1 to 2 coats because maybe you like miss a little spot, but also the second coat gives you an opportunity to smooth out any brush strokes. Okay, which can happen the more refined and tiny like the micron of the metallic is, like you're gonna see more brush strokes, but the second coat actually gives you an opportunity to just fix that. So this is the first coat, like, or I like paused just before, oops, I always do 2 to 3 coats so I don't mind. Yeah, so 1 coat will get you there, but the second coat will let you just go over again and put like 1 clean stripe down the middle. And you're gonna want to do that from like just an educational how to get it to look as perfect as our swatchers, for example. And like what a match. Like accidentally match these because I got these spoons after. But I'm like, perfect, because there is different tones of copper and we played with all sorts of them. Simply, is this formula like Sky Lounge? No, Sky Lounge was a micro metallic foil flake. Copper coated is not a flake at all. It is a very smooth, tiny, very tiny pigment that like doesn't even really look like it has pieces in it. Sky Lounge has pieces in it, like Teal No Lies, for example. This is a chrome. I wanted to give a fun fact. If you're not logged in when leaving a review, it doesn't show up as verified buyer. Yes, that makes sense. You would need to be logged in. So if you would like to log in, you could have a verified word if you care. Fun facts. Okay. Right? Like, great coverage on the first. When Ben painted his own nails, because I tested copper and the maple on him, he did it in 1 coat. But it also depends on how heavy-handed you are. I'm lighter on the heavy-handedness. I tend, except with the glossy taco, I always lay that on thick. But I tend to prefer to do thin coats, no matter what formula it is, and build it up. So I've done 2 coats of copper coated because that second coat lets me get that cleanest stripe, and I don't wrap the tip on the second coat because if you wrap the tip with the chrome, you might get a little like almost it looks like the edge of a, like you're sealing the end of a, I don't know, like a bathroom or something with grout. Like you don't want that little edge. So wrap the tip on the first coat, and then the second coat you just go straight up, polish on top, and don't wrap it so you don't get like a tiny little dip. More formulas in copper, please. I'm at work right now, so I can't stay, but I will watch VOD after. Just wanted to say hi. Everything's gorgeous. Thank you, Travis. Oh my god, it's been years since I've seen Christine. Well, what happened to you? Did you die? Came back to life? That's crazy. Next up, Brulee Me Away Toasted Brown Caramelized Magnetic Polish. It has scattered hollow in the base with a true rich gold magnetic pull. So I have the Holo Taco magnetic wand. This guy, right? Oops, I just pulled the magnet out of that one, so we'll open this one. But just to show you, let's just go here for 1 second. By the way, in case you didn't see on the website, if you buy the bundle, it automatically comes with a free magnetic wand, which is this. And to get that stripe look, it's this larger side, and then it's just like that, right? In the, hold on, it's like that. Bloop. But that's what is being pictured in the video. And I'll just, for demonstration purposes, ready? Ooh. Brûlé me away. Stunning. So you don't have to do this to the bottle of magnetic polish to make it work. In fact, you probably don't want to do this a bunch of times to the bottle because you want the pigment to be evenly mixed before you apply it. But you could just do that for fun, right? But that's what it looks like unmagnetized. It glows, it's rich, but then it has like darker sides, and you can see the scattered hollow. It's a very like light sprinkle of scattered hollow, so that way the magnetic gold line is very clear. Let's do that again because it's just too pretty. Ready? Damn, she brûlée me away. Oh, good question. What effect does the smaller side have? So I find people use this side less frequently because it's, I don't know, just like less, it's less of an impact. You can use this for French tips or like a little half moon, but it creates like a circle. So see, there's like a circle there. So some people might do this like from the bottom, like hover at the bottom, and then you'd have like a semicircle at the bottom of your nail. Or if you hover it close to the tip, you can kind of get like a French tip look. Those I think are like level 3 magnetics, if I'm being honest. If you're a beginner with magnetics, I would just start with throw this down, put your nail on top, so that way you don't nick your nail. You're not trying to hover and like do magic. And it's really easy to stay still while you paint and then have the line come up that way. That would be my recommendation for somewhere to start. But there's absolutely other people that you could like Google, how do I, and with like 8 million ideas, but they do require patience, skill, and a lot of practice. Can we have an option for no magnet? Honestly, it's too operationally challenging, but we did take everyone's feedback into account by not including a magnet if you just purchase individual magnetic polishes as of last year. So if you purchase just Brûlée Me Away as a single, there is no extra magnetic wand. We throw it into the bundle because a lot of people who are purchasing our bundles may not have that, right? Because they're not like picking up magnetics individually. So we want to make sure you have what you need to experience the full bundle as intended and all the photos accordingly. But the individuals is what we did take away the magnet from being automatically included. So you'd have to add it if you're buying the individual if you don't have a magnet. Can we see the velvet style? Yes, I have that on a stick. We'll do that after. Let's just finish this up. All right. So this is the cat eye effect that you might have heard. People in the nail polish industry, including like gel, right? This single stripe going sideways is the cat eye effect of magnetic polish. So you want to apply one coat at a time, always magnetizing. So I magnetize on the first, second, and third coat. Some people take a shortcut and only magnetize on the third coat. You could try that too. It's up to you. I just think for like the ultimate best result and the practice is just keep it on the magnet the whole time, including on the glossy taco, because the polish needs to dry in this magnetic pull arrangement for that line to stay. If you take your nail off the magnet, or you like, you move away too quickly, or you wiggle it around while it's trying to dry, then the magnetic pigments will disperse. So the longer you let it dry and you stay still with the magnet, the sharper your line is going to be once it dries. And that's how I get my magnetic stripe so powerful. Some people notice that. And same with all of our swatchers. A little bit of patience. So this swatcher on the right is choosing to hover, which again requires skill. They're hovering in the air too. Wow, very impressive. But that's another option. If painting on top of the wand like that just doesn't work through the width of your fingertip, you can hover it. Just don't nick your nail. Beautiful. And there she is in different lighting. Okay, like in the shade too. This one is so tiger's eye. Like I see it. It's very glowy. All right. And before we move on, I promised you. So, Brûlé Me Away, magnetic cat eye, right? Using the long rectangular edge of the magnetic wand this way. Here it is using the super magnet, right? Which is our U-shaped horseshoe magnet, which we are not currently in stock in, and I still don't have a date for the restock because supply chain hates us and magnets. You can thank the American president for that. But just to show you the difference, right? So you're gonna get that like super gold magnetic sparkle there when it's at a certain angle, but then when you turn, you get the dark side, right? Which has a bit of a pop of scattered hollow, but it's that more like warm brown caramelized. Drooling, I want to eat it, I know. And then here it is, painted? I was gonna say painted plain. And I'll get in close to show you the difference. So you can of course paint on a magnetic polish without magnetizing, but you're gonna lose the magic that you're seeing on one of them. See how one of them is like, whoa, and then it's gone. Whoa, like it sparkles harder and it has almost like a 3D shift to it. Whereas the one painted and not magnetized is just more consistent. So you can wear magnetic polish and not magnetize it. Like if you're just like, I don't care, I don't have time today, that's fine. But magnetizing it does something that has people always asking, oh my god, what is that? Because it looks 3D. This cat eye stripe is also kind of 3D. See how it moves? Bloop. It travels. So 3 ways to wear Brûlé Me Away, or any magnetic. It's still pretty. It's pretty in all flavors, in all recipes. I really should get some Holo Taco nail polish. I think the chat would agree. It looks like honey when you tilt the swatch stick. Yes. I'm sad I can't get your polish because I'm in the UK. You can. We ship to the UK. We ship to 70 countries. Always have shipped to as many countries as possible. The few that we don't, that I see people ask for, is almost always because their government said no to nail polish specifically, like literally. But yes, there's different shipping rates depending on shipping countries, or taxes and duties is a decision by your country. So, but you can do a fake checkout and see what it calculates. One thing you can always know is that we do our best to make sure that whatever taxes and duties that might be applicable to an international customer, so someone buying from not the US, it'll show you at checkout. Like it'll say, these are your taxes and duties, so that you're not getting an extra surprise tax when it arrives to you. We don't like that, okay? But I can't answer everyone's different country question. Just do it on the website, do a fake check, you know, and then decide at the, you know, whatever. At the end of the checkout. So we're gonna keep going with maple sugar glaze, but I need to pee out the tea. Why don't we put up the poll for the first one? What we've done so far. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. How do I put it to pounds on the website? You don't. You go to the end of checkout, you look at the total, you copy and paste that into Google and say US dollars to pounds. That's what you do. That is the most accurate way because the exchange rate always changes. What's your fave? What's your face? I keep doing that. Fave spice rack. Sorry, you don't need a shot of my arm. Okay, what should we group here? Let's do copper coated. I'm gonna save sugar dust taco. It's just too like. Also, I can't put the accents. Brûlez me away. Will it? No, it doesn't have the right accents. Let's do all the warm tones, actually. Yeah, this is a hard one to segment into pieces, but I'm deliberately picking the warmer ones to like glean which one of those, right? Copper coated, Brûlez me away, pink Himalayan salt, and maple sugar glaze. If you had to pick up those four, let's see the winner. Maple swatch looks like candy, and it does. I want to taste it. Okay, you guys vote on that first poll. I will BRB. I'm gonna do a little pee out the tea. Let me know if you get an ad for Canadian maple syrup. I hope so. And we're back. The pie is ready to come out of the oven. Okay, let's see. What's your fave spice rack polish out of these four? Maple sugar glaze. Oh, she's winning. Okay, that makes me, Canadian, very happy. And also a brown. You're joking. We're gonna see if this matches sales, so don't hold your breath. But yeah, a brown is coming out on top so far. Okay, so maple sugar glaze so far, 34%. Then quite a tie between copper coated and pink Himalayan salt. Okay, those are two very different shades, like copper chrome and this like warm light pink jelly. Huh. Brulee Me Away magnetic at 14%. Okay. All right. No. You don't like magnetics? Let's end that there. And I'll run a second one. Now let's put cast iron and herb your enthusiasm. Now, do I just add maple sugar glaze? Yeah, I do. I'm not going to put sugar dust. I just feel like it's kind of silly. Because it doesn't fit maple sugar tar. Oh my god. That'd be good too. Okay, I'm putting it in. I just understand the confounding methodology here. We know. It's not perfect, okay? But we do what we can in our kitchen. Baking is not a perfect science. Or wait, I think that's wrong. I think baking is supposed to be a perfect science, but cooking isn't. Or something like that. So while you continue with that, let's keep watching. Maple sugar glaze. Oh, warm, syrupy brown jelly base with 2 pigments, okay, to make it sparkle. Gold iridescent shimmer and gold reflective glitter. So you're gonna see a sparkle of gold no matter what angle or what lighting. It is very packed. I do recommend thin layers. This one you might want nail polish thinner more regularly because it's literally syrupy. But that was the vibe, you know, to get the coating of the maple sugar crystals in there. And I'll just pause right here so you can see regular lighting, like spotlighting and whatever in my studio, plus the reflective flash that I was explaining earlier, which in this case was a ring light around my lens. So it is adding light to the exact field of view of whatever is looking at it, whether that be camera or your eyeballs. But that's what will make those tiny gold crystals pop like cracking maple sugar. Like it's lit up and it is so tasty and luscious. And I know like technically maple sugar isn't like glowing like this. Like I'd probably wouldn't eat it if it was glowing like that. Like I would be concerned. Like, is something wrong? Should I put this, can I digest this? But to me, it's like sparkling in the sun, you know, on a hot day during maple taffy season. The way the sun just like sparkles. Anyways, maple's my favorite one. Don't eat the nail polish. I'd still eat it. There you go. I need this injected into my veins, said everyone who's Canadian. And there you can see, right? Like it's a jelly base, so it's buildable, but it is quite packed with those 2 pigments so that it does become more full coverage than pink Himalayan salt. A, because the base is darker, brown is darker than pink, but also because it does more larger pigments, if that makes sense. Ranked voting needed? Yeah. What are we going to do with the YouTube poll? I've limited, you know, survey resources. There she is in different lighting and like, ooh. In the shade, it looks more of a jelly, right? Like I kind of see more syrupy vibes. Like I can see my visible nail line and the sides of it look more jelly. But then under a direct phone flash, it's like, pew, like the gold is lighting up my eyeballs. Next up, herb your enthusiasm. Green lovers, this is for you. A rich green. It's a little bit on the warm tone side, I think. Although people debate this all the time. Who really knows? It's a sleek metallic finish. Near chrome, but not quite chrome from a technical formula perspective, but like whatever. If you think this reads chrome on you, you can call it green chrome. It's not a multi-chrome though. That's what it's definitely not. So it doesn't have a shift to different colors. It's not gonna turn into yellow or turn into amber, like Chameleon Coat, for example, RIP. But this is a uniform color, warm green metallic. And here she is in different lighting. Again, with something that is chrome adjacent or metallic, looking at it in different lighting in real life is really gonna be that shiny factor. It kind of looks like a bug in like a good way, you know? Like a beetle. Simply, did you touch a plant? There is a plant behind me here. I thought it was a good scene. I actually had sunlight. You'll notice that most of the shade, like the comparison swatches on different lighting, don't have sunlight. And that's because I live in Canada and there's not always sunlight, even in the summer. And sometimes I'm swatching at night, so it's just not gonna happen. It's either cloudy or it's night. But for this particular swatch, I was like, oh my god, there's sun outside. But that's why I'm never gonna have them all across a collection. What's the difference between chrome and near chrome? Just the exact pigment, and sometimes that can reflect in the number of coats you need. For this, I would say 2 to 3 coats, probably more like 2. We just say 3 to be safe. But metallic is a little bit more loose in its finish. It like falls a little bit easier, and you might need 2, maybe 3 coats if you're doing very thin layers. A chrome is a much stronger, more metallic, but also very tiny pigment, but it just sticks to each other a little bit better and doesn't require the same base help. This one has a tinted base to it. You just can't tell because it's so packed. So there is technically a different formula difference in how you develop a metallic versus a chrome. But at the end of the day, I totally get that, like, they kind of read similar. Like, you wouldn't know that. So it's more of a, you know, someone who wants to get in the nitty gritty of the recipe. But does it really matter if you just want a shiny green? Probably not. All right. Speaking of shiny, cast iron. Ooh. Gunmetal charcoal metallic with micro foil flakes and also scattered hollow. I couldn't help myself. Okay. So this one has a dark neutral gray base, and you want to build it up in 2 to 3 coats. It also has charcoal and silver metallic microfoil flakes. These are smaller in size than what we've typically called our frosted metals. They are more like our Teal No Lies, Sky Lounge microfoil flake formulas. But keep in mind that due to supply chain, inconsistent supply chain, every single color you get in the microfoil flake variety can come in all different shapes and sizes, even if you ask for the same size. That's just how supply chain is. And full transparency, it's only going to get more complicated, and it already has in the last year and a half, and will influence what we have to retire and what control we have over the ability to restock something that we at one point got the perfect size pigment for in our eyes, or at least established it would be like this, and then we are unable to recreate it because supply chain. So unfortunately, sometimes when you're cooking so good, so hard, you just can't get the same ingredient again to make that batch again later when people ask you next fall or something. So you just gotta savor the food in front of you in the moment. This is 3 coats of cast iron. When you build it up like this, it is thick, solid, it is coated, it is cast. And look how cute my little pot is. She's kind of like a gothic metal. Can we get a heads up about it? I'm telling you now, anything that is metallic may be impacted. I'm not getting into individual shades because I'm not going to like create specific FOMO on purpose. People will just be more upset at that. So we will tell you when we officially know what needs to be retired. And do our best. And so far we've been just doing that twice a year because once a year was not enough. But that's what it is. And we also just need to accept that this is the world we live in, and it's not that Christine hates you. I don't hate you. I'm not trying to make anyone upset. I hate it too. But this will increasingly, and has already started, not just for me, for cosmetics companies all over the place. They silently discontinue things all the time and never tell anyone, and then people get mad only when they're told. So the more I tell you about it, the more people will get mad and upset that like I'm doing this on purpose or something. And I'm telling you, it is what I go to bed at sometimes struggling with, because I don't want to do it to you. So the more I tell you and am specific about what could or may not go will just cause more anxiety. So I'm trying to learn how to balance that by being honest about the global state we live in and the realities of what that means, but not also like tag a bunch of polishes prematurely for, without really confirming that. But I'm just telling you, metallics are in that category. Okay, it's like precious metals. Yeah, not the real ones. I just mean the aesthetic of them. What kind of delusion do people live in that they think you're making materials unavailable on purpose? All the time. People think, and I get it, anyone who owns a brand or promotes a brand and says something is limited edition, customers will always react, why do you do this to me? You do this on purpose. This is marketing. As much as I try and tell people about the behind the scenes, the realities, the increasingly complicated supply chain, or give 8 million explanations, I find even doing so doesn't change what people just want to conclude. So I don't know, man. I just want to give you nail polish, and it's not always going to be exactly when you want it for how long you want it. And that's just the cast irony, which was an alternative shade name, that we live in. I'm actually eating the pigments. It's my fault. Yes. So that was cast iron. Last up, we got sugar dust taco. Okay. Topper freaks. Let's go. I'm starting over one coat black so I can show you the baseline of the topper. We always put toppers over black to see what we're looking at. So this is a much fuller coverage topper. It is more dense. There's more pigments in it on purpose, and that's to help differentiate it from like our scattered Holo Taco or our flaky Holo Taco, which are a bit more dispersed, a bit more like light galaxy coated, but this also has different pigments in it. So it has crushed hollow, iridescent glitters, which lean orange over dark, and it has scattered hollow, and it's denser. Always apply a glossy taco, which is our language for quick dry top coat, on top of our toppers. That's what helps seal them in, make them sparkle, and actually last longer. And here she is over some of the Spice Rack shades and over Not Milky White, which I do just want to pull a picture of. So we can do a little zoom, okay? Right? So you could really see what the ingredients are. Iridescent glitter and crushed hollow. It's very sugary. It does kind of look like sugar, because sugar crystals aren't perfect, right? That was kind of the logic. That's what we're just looking at. But here's a close-up so you can see that it looks like kind of crystallized. It's a wonderful blend of sophisticated sugars, and there it is over white. So see the tiny little, what looks like blue or like cyan. I would say it's more cyan leaning, similar to solar unicorn skin. If you put an iridescent, what looks like orange glitter over black, and then you take the same pigment and you put it over white, it leans cyan, which I thought was just a fun way to literally spice up sugar instead of just making it like white. Because I don't know, that was kind of boring, and it was also giving spores. Like, yeah, should I tell you? Okay, Holo royalty and Holo swatchers are gonna see this in the behind the scenes, but maybe I just show you. Like, I did try a white topper, like a white glitter topper. And it was just not giving. It was not giving sugar. It was not giving anything anyone wanted to eat. This was the right decision. But do we need to see? It does look like sugar. Thank you. This looks like sugar. Like crystallized, granulated sugar. Show the spores. Okay, but you can't throw up. No throwing up. Before there was sugar dust taco, there was spore taco. Like, I've heard people asking for like a white sugar glitter. Give me a white glitter topper. And in theory, I'm like, oh yeah, that's so fun. I love that. And then we prototyped it with this palette anyways, and you'll notice some shades are different. This is before we were final on everything, including the not so copper. But like, tell me this doesn't look like spores or mold. Like mold is growing in your pantry. So I was like, oh no, it does not work. Like, the palette was contaminated. No good, no good. It's horrible, I know. And then we even tried adding iridescent glitter to it. So this version has white and iridescent, which you can see if I kind of blur it a little bit. And I was like, oh, maybe it just needs some iridescence. That didn't fix it. It's still spores. It's still moldy overgrowth. And yes, I know these two shades ended up switching. The Contagion collection, a fungus party, sparkly spores. Yeah. See, that wasn't the vibe I was going for. I wanted more like, you're interested. I want an invitation to my kitchen, and not everyone's gonna go home with food poisoning. So the white glitter, even with iridescent added into it, even though it like looks really cute in the bottle, like it was just not giving. It was not giving cooking that is edible. It was not cooking. It was undercooked and full of fungus. I don't hate it. Oh my god. I'm scared of what your kitchen looks like. So we axed that and really had to go back to the drawing board, because honestly, my main ask, we have like a product development deck, right? That we say, here's the shades, here's the mood board, here's a formula options that we want each shade in, and here's some wild cards maybe, and see how it comes together. But I was like so convinced we were gonna do a sugar topper of some kind that was like, had white hex glitters in it. I'm like, yeah, of course, duh, sugar, and do different sizes maybe. And then I like painted it on the whole collection, and I said to the team, I'm like, is this bad? And then everyone was like, yeah, spores, mold, fungus. And I was like, okay, never mind. So back to the drawing board and decided, let's make it look more like actual sugar crystals. So let's get some really small pigments, but to make it like, it has to be distinct and different from our existing toppers. So we're going to do a few things to make that happen. We're going to make it more densely packed. This is much more dense than a scattered Holo Taco or other ones. We're going to give it some iridescence, so it has a bit of color in it. And I went with the warm iridescent color, which is that like kind of orange pigment you see. It reads warmer over darker colors, but it helps just like give it a bit of color and warmth, which the rest of the collection is very warm and cozy. But it also has crushed holo in it, so it's also meeting the needs of people who are like, I need a crushed holo topper, because I just didn't think it was smart to release a pure straight up crushed holo. It just reads way too close to Flaky Holo Taco, and I am hyper vigilant to people saying this is the same as this, and I'm like, no, it's not. And I overdo it sometimes to try and make something not the same. So I'm like, it's gonna be this with this and this, so no one can say anything. Get out of my kitchen. I need more toppers. Does the sugar have texture? No. I mean, barely. As much as a Flaky Holo Taco, I guess. They're flat iridescent glitters, and the crushed holo is super smooth once you put a top coat on it. They're not large, like they're very small. And also the glitter size here is like barely glitter. It doesn't behave like glitter, if that makes sense. It's not like wearing a glitter polish to take off, because it's just like so little and so small that it doesn't really behave like that. Okay. Let's actually here. I'll end the poll after we finish watching. We didn't even let her finish. There's Sugar Dust Taco in different lighting, and that's just kidding. Hold on. I paused in the wrong spot. And that's where you see the orange bits come out. Ooh, that's fun. And then also in the shade, it doesn't look hollow anymore. It just looks like silver or gray. But you get to see the color of the warm orange kind of coming through. Phone flash is where it's going to look most amazing, in my opinion. So which colors from our spice rack are you adding to your nail blend? I really like the spill shot. Yeah. Stunning. All right, and that was the Holo Taco video. Like it if you like it. Let's end the poll. I'll just leave that up. Okay. What's your fave spice rack shade? Part 2. Maple sugar glaze still winning? Yeah! Canadians rejoice! Okay, this is very exciting for me. Maple sugar glaze, then cast iron. Or sorry, I can't read. Maple sugar glaze, then herb your enthusiasm, then cast iron, and then sugar dust taco at the bottom. Okay, now this is going to be a hard one for me to impute with your data. Because if I look at part 1 results, copper coated and pink Himalayan were super close. I would say copper and pink. Copper was like 1% above, but and maple sugar glaze was like 5% higher. So I do think herb your enthusiasm would have beat out copper, but not cast iron. So I am just making a few executive decisions and guesses here. I'm imputing your thoughts. Okay, but here's what I think. I know it's not perfect methodology. Don't come for me, methodologists. You're talking to someone who worked for 12 years in data analysis. I know, but this is what we got with the resources available to us according to the chat. Asterisk, not the best methodology. These are your favorite shades in order. So first you put maple sugar glaze, then herb your enthusiasm, then copper coated. This is such a nice Skittle, these three. Ooh, I love those three together. Okay. Then we got pink Himalayan salt, which is surprising to me that it's even in the top 4, because I thought pink Himalayan salt was going to be in the bottom. And I'm pretty sure we forecasted it that way. Oops. Oops. Next, I would say you guys are liking cast iron. So then it's cast iron, which is, I guess, not really a color in this set, if you look at it that way. Then we got the magnetic, Brulee Me Away. And then I'm going to put Sugar Dust Taco at the end, just based on that 11% versus 13%. I know they're not the same respondent universe, but is this the first time the chat put the topper at the bottom? Why was she forecasted in the bottom? Because she's pink and pale and jelly. And from all 7 years of data we have, those three things combined especially is not going to be the top seller within a collection of other shades. Now, do not misunderstand me on purpose that I'm saying those shades sell the worst, because that's not the same thing as saying within this palette I would forecast that particular shade and that formula lower. That doesn't mean it is a worse seller overall, okay? Yes. Didn't expect that? Well, I didn't expect that it would be number 4. I mean, we'll see what it actually is. But yeah, I am kind of surprised that even the anecdotal feedback was like, ooh, we want pink jelly. Because, like, I thought you guys hated sheer. What is happening? That's not what Holo Taco is known for, right? Sheer stuff. But we like to give a little bit of everything to everyone, right? So obviously there's a reason why this landed in the collection, because it's a wonderful rounder to what we've got here. So that's chat's order. These are your opinions of what you think is the best shade in the Spice Rack collection. Now let's see what actual customer sales data day. What did I just say? That's not English. Now let's see what actual customer sales data say. So I have data from at least 24 hours, right? Because it was launched yesterday. So within the first 24 hours of sales, if I exclude the bundles, which are almost always the top item from like a pure numbers volume perspective that people go for. Most of you went for the whole bundle. You're like, give it to me, I get a discount, and I don't have to think about it. No analysis paralysis. Give me the bundle. And I appreciate that you guys like all the vibes. But of the individuals sold, on top, we have... I am absolutely shocked by this because I was so wrong in our forecasting, but pink Himalayan salt is selling the best. That is such tea. Okay, please explain to me why. Let's see. Can chat explain? Why is this shade selling the best? It just is not computing. Guys, what's going on? What is happening? She's cute? What can we say? Is that what you guys are? Cute? Is that how we describe ourselves? That's crazy to me, TBH. She looks juicy. The name is bang on because Saf said it. Saf did say when I was swatching on her on Tuesday. If you missed that, it's on VOD. She did say that was her favorite, which I was also shocked at. I was like, why? It's light pink. Light warm pink, which is like not her. It's beautiful. The spice must flow. I mean, I do love pink Himalayan salt, like for real though. Like I throw this shit in everything. What is this, the price? No, I don't know what that is. I think pink Himalayan salt is just so fun because it's really accurate to the inspiration. It is, yeah, that's a good take. It is accurate and it's simple, easy to understand. She's so different. She's fun. She's got multiple layers with reflective and hollow, and I love her. It's awesome. Thank you. Okay, so it's interesting you say that because I've also seen the feedback that not everyone likes reflective glitter. Do you prefer in a nail polish? In a... Okay. Reflective glitter. No reflective glitter. Okay. Now you're going to have to impute in your heads like maybe there's other glitters or whatever other formula. Just pretend it's a specialty. Let's do specialty. Now, we're not talking crumbs, obviously, because that would just look ugly. Do you like reflective glitter in a nail polish or not? Assume it's going to be a sparkly something nail polish. Because I will see people say, oh, I hate reflective glitter. You can't even see it. But they just like, they don't understand. That's the point. You're not supposed to see it at all angles. It is a special, fun party trick. But I'm never going to stop doing reflective glitter. I love the magic it brings, but I probably wouldn't do like a full collection of them, right? I just like to sprinkle them in. Like Hit the Lights in the Jackpot collection, reflective glitter. Ooh. Also, Winning Streak Taco, the gold topper from the Jackpot collection, had gold reflective in that topper. Maple Sugar Glaze also has gold in it. So I'm gonna still do it. But I think I understand why some customers are against it. Not against it, but they're just like, they're a little over dramatic about it. You know what I mean? Like, just put on a second top coat if you don't like a tiny bit of texture. But that's just the shape of the reflective pigment, which is technically a little bit more triangular and kind of more 3D than the traditional hex glitter. That's how it creates that kind of light bounce, that light refraction. It needs to be a little bit, it has that shape to it on purpose, like it from like a microscopic level. So I can't believe this on top, but to me, it's not the reflective that I'm really like, oh my God. It's the color and the sheerness that has me shook, because this is light warm pink, which in Holo Taco's books, I would never put at the top of like our best-selling color. It is not what Holo Royalty votes for. It is not what does the best in an average collection that may have that and other colors to choose from. But funny enough, light or medium light warm pinks do disproportionately well for us in Ulta. Just like if you go to any drugstore or beauty store with nail polish in it and you look at the shelves, what is overrepresented in the drugstore? Medium light pinks, right? Which is in part of why I wanted to create Holo Taco, which was to not disproportionately offer that. I wanted to do other things, like more of other things. Not that I would never do light warm pinks, but that my brand wouldn't appear like every other brand on the shelf, which caters to what the average customer just stepping into a drug or beauty store is looking for, right? Like on average. So I'm just very shook that this is, I think, the first Holo Taco collection that we're releasing to our core customers, right? Like to you guys. This isn't like just an Ulta thing. And it's like, you guys are turning into normies. Or there's more normies shopping this collection. Is that what it is? Like, I don't have that variable to filter. Like, normie, yes or no? It's not a real, it's a social construct. I know, I'm joking. But as we've talked about before, and I just think it's like super interesting, when you guys ask me about like, oh, how come this one's at Ulta, or why'd you put this one in Ulta? The answer is almost always because like that customer base just likes the more traditional shades that you would expect to see. And this is, if I'm categorizing it, like this is an Ulta shade, you know what I mean? It is not an Ulta, to be clear, but I'm just using that as like a way to label the vibe of it. And that's my only explanation, I think, is that maybe more normies are shopping this collection. The PSL normies are snatching this collection. Could be. You take that back, we know normie. Well, here's the other thing. You guys are chat. That was not your top pick, right? You put it at number 4. So you guys speaking to me are not necessarily the same group of people, or sorry, you are not the same group of people who purchased on Holo Taco in the last 24 hours, right? You're like this part. You're this part of the Venn diagram. This is giving fancy clean girl, so the normies like it, yeah. Are we getting a Halloween collection this year? Maybe, and maybe it's the exact opposite of anything cozy, clean girl, and it's just like so unhinged and brain rotted that it will turn off anyone who picked this out as their fave. And that'll be for chat. If that were to happen, allegedly. All right. Okay, lots of good feedback. A lot of you just basically saying, yeah, I think more norm people are buying it. Another reason I saw is that it is the closest to looking like gel polish, which I think is actually maybe encouraging that, like, I'm not even kidding, that like normie audience, because a lot of people will still go get their nails done at a salon and just haven't, you know, figured out how to do it themselves, or it's just something they don't have patience or care for. But that group of people is someone who might be more attracted to this shade if they're considering regular nail polish. So it's a gateway to Holo Taco. It is a bit fleshy, yes, silly. Waiting for the normie or not poll. Should I do that? Okay. Does chat prefer in a specialty polish? Oh, 69%. Sorry, I literally can't read. 63% did say they do like reflective glitter. Okay. But 37%, that's still a big chunk who are like, no, I actually do not want you to put reflective glitter in to whatever other magic. See? I think it is still a little bit polarizing to some people. Okay, now let's... Is your taste in nail polish normie core? Yes, guilty. Absolutely not. And obviously, wear what you want. Don't let anyone tell you or imply or infer, you know, their choices in colors of nail polish, what to wear, is better than yours. You wear what you like, and you wear it proudly, okay? I've always been a black and hollow girly. That's my vibe, even at the workplace. I'm just like, I want the most sparkly rainbow on black. Chad is not my people. Chad is disproportionately more like me. I mean, we know this. Same with Menchie Gang, another subsection of this population, if we're speaking in statistics. So a sub pop, but chat, Menchie Gang specifically, green names, are on average 32.5 years old. They prefer tea. They wear pajamas at home. They're usually home, whether it's work from home or otherwise. They're 5'4" on average, which is also my height, which is crazy. You guys are short as hell, just like me. And you have slightly larger feet than me, 8.5 women's size. In US women's sizes, that's the size of Menchie Gang's feet on average. We do a lot of data polls, so I can find out. But you're very similar to me, which I find interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We never wash our hair. Yeah, that was another one. All right. Is your taste in nail polish normiecore? 85% of chat said absolutely not. 15% said yes, guilty. And I want you to say yes with an emphasis on how, you know, much pride you can have in wearing it. Like, it's fine. You like pink, you like ballet Pilates coated sparkle or like subtle sparkle, whatever. That's fair and fine. And some people are just like more conditioned to like neutrals because of, I don't know, their workplace and their lifestyle or whatever. But yeah, it's fine. It's not meant in a negative way. It's meant in a funny, cutesy way. And it's kind of become an easy way for me to describe a different type of customer base, which is not done as an insult. It's done as a way to more easily describe what is more often associated with the general marketplace of nail polish color sales and interest, right? So when you say normie, I mean like the most normal on average if I take the whole industry into account. So that's why when you go to a drugstore or you go to an Ulta, and you're looking at nail polish racks that have like everything from like Sally Hansen to OPI, what colors do you disproportionately see there? It's the normal ones, right? Because that's what people are buying, and that word is just used to describe on average what people are interested in, which tends to land in the pinks, the reds, the more neutrals, some beiges, right? And that just is what it is, because that's what sells for that broad customer base in the nail polish industry traditionally. So it's not meant as an insult. It's just a word to oversimplify and explain everything I just said that took me 30 seconds, but in one word. All right, so chat says absolutely not. But the normies are buying this one. Okay, let's finish this and then I'll go back to some super chats that I missed. But according to customer sales, pink Himalayan salt is first. This is a Holo Taco first to ever have like a warm pink shade like this. Trump all of these other cozy, very cool shades. Okay, next up we have maple sugar glaze. Okay, as it should be. So we've got a little bit of a, this one is staying near the top. Then according to sales in third place, how fitting, is copper coated. Give it that bronze third place medal. Perfect, they're like on a podium. Then we've got herb beer enthusiasm. Okay, the order is being somewhat respected. Oh, we've got a swap. Sugar dust taco. Okay, I'm not surprised because toppers usually are on top or towards the top, but at least this one isn't on the bottom because that would have actually surprised me. It was for chat voting, but it's fine. Then we have cast iron and brulee me away is last. And I think brulee me away, like if I'm just gonna guess, although I want to hear from you guys, why brulee me away is last. I'm gonna say magnetic. I think even in our camping collection, while those two magnetics that were released, Off the Grid and Feeling Sparks, were like very good, you know, like in color and people liked them, they weren't on top because ultimately magnetics, there is a barrier to entry. And we've seen this literally when we polled people, Holo Royalty, we've asked like, do you like magnetic polishes, like period, right? And it's not 100% of people who agree. It's somewhere between, I can't remember off the top of my head, but somewhere between 60 and 70% of our biggest customer base of Holo Royalty, who is like the most dedicated, let's say, and they have a little bit more knowledge on nail polish, like if I just had to oversimplify here, like it's not all of them who even want magnetics or thermals. So thermals and magnetics were like not up there. They were like 60 to 70% were like, yeah, I like them. Which to me says that there's at least 30%, maybe a bit more if you widen the scope of people who may or may not be interested, who are just like automatically no. And that's because Amateur Nail Art, who's definitely not an amateur, has pointed out exactly magnetics require more intention, time, patience, and a bit of a background education to paint your nails. So it's not as simple as just slap it on and go. I mean, you can slap it on and go and just not magnetize it. It's not like it doesn't work without it, to be clear. But the payoff is just so cool that if you're looking for that like more unique mani, or you want it to be like how people think of when they think of cat eye gel or something, which is the word cat eye just means it's magnetic polish with a line. But I think like a magnetic polish can really impress people and yourself, you know, once you get the hang of it. So that's my take for why it's at the bottom. The other reason is it's brown and gold. And maybe people just were won over by this one, which isn't magnetic. So they picked this one over that one. The people who don't like magnetics, if you just gave them the polish and didn't tell them it was magnetic, they would still like it as a normal polish. That's kind of a funny experiment, is it? Because like you can use magnetic polish and not magnetize it. Here it is. This is unmagnetized brulee me away. You're telling me that like it's not good enough if it's not magnetized? Wrong. Almost all magnetic polishes, at least that Holo Taco has created, look wonderful unmagnetized. It's just if it has the capacity to be magnetized and give you a 3D effect, right? Like why wouldn't you do that? Because like that's just cool. But if you're running out of time, or you don't have the time or patience to invest in it, then like you don't have to magnetize it, right? It's just a lovely bronze. But it is versatile, so you can do multiple different looks. Or none. Anyway, so that is the official sales data from approximately 24 hours. And like, honestly, the customers are cooking me because I am still shook that this is on top. Like, this has me questioning everything. Not that I would change too much. Don't get me, like, I can't do this thing where I'm like, oh my god, one data point says I should rewrite the entire catalog for next year. No, that's not what this means. But, like, the fact that this is on top is kind of shocking, because I predict that if we were to do a collection like exactly this, if it was exclusively that, I don't think it would do that well on the whole. But maybe this one was like a standout shade in this concept with this palette. There is a difference because we have done a full jelly collection. And I don't think it was like the most exciting. Like this has way more traction already as a collection set than the jelly collection. If I'm comparing, maybe that's just spring versus fall vibes. I do agree. Fall vibes tend to bring out people's interest in cosmetics, at least in my narrow area of it. The most surprising sales data we've seen in a while since our polls have matched with sales a lot more lately. Yes, yeah, we've been a lot more aligned, chat opinion versus sales. This chat opinion didn't have this last though. It had it like kind of in the middle, but still it's charting on top. Okay, don't be salty. Pink Himalayan salt's on top. All right, I'm gonna grab some of your super chats. You just grab some water. Everyone stay hydrated too. And it's similar tone-wise to Solo Mission. Yeah, which also didn't sell well. Again, it's that like warm pink light category, and this is in the sheer variety, which again, all of the data behind me tells me that wouldn't be a bestseller necessarily. That doesn't mean don't release it, because it still fits the vibe perfectly. But like, I'm glad we did. I'm glad we didn't axe Pink Himalayan salt. Are Sophia and Tyler still in the basement? Yeah. You guys need anything over there? Maple opal? I got you. It's in the fridge. All right, let me go to some of these and then we'll do comparisons. I would love a chunky holo topper mixed with a rainbow of all other holo glitters. That sounds like it's not a topper anymore. Like if you need enough to have a rainbow of holo glitters, it's probably not a topper. But I agree with you that we need kind of like a rainbow mixed glitter that's not in a black jelly base like All I Do Is Sin. Which that's stunning. It's like a black rainbow. BB No Money Girl, is there a possibility of getting a tote bag with a new graphic design but similar construction? I'm so in love. You need more of them? Like this? Hold on, I'll switch the screen so I can just see. I might have good news though. Not yet. This is probably way too early, but you asked. I might have good news on the same bag, because we never sold these. Remember, this was just a bonus extra with the Coastal Cremes collection. So maybe some of you even like missed this and didn't even realize this was a thing. But yeah, we weren't able to sell them because we only got enough for to throw in as a free gift with purchase. But I'm glad those who did get it like it, because maybe we can figure it out for later, like the end of the year maybe. These things take a while, but I've seen only positive reviews on something that you can't even put a review on the website because we never sold it. But anecdotally, I have seen people say. So thank you. That's good news. It's one of the best totes I've used. Damn. All right. Okay. But yeah, we're working on something. Cross your fingers. Hold on. I think I was... Oh, you're here. I think herb is my favorite polish you've ever created. Beautiful. Yes, this is my finger. The spice must flow. I think pink Himalayan salt is just, yes, we've read that because of the inspo. Weekly Skittle. I am not a pink girly, but as soon as I saw the promo, I needed it, referring to pink Himalayan salt. It's the perfect mix of warmth and shimmery and sheer and an immediate yes. Awesome. That's great to hear that it's of interest to people who aren't traditionally like pink girlies. Lizards and Nails. Reflective glitter is underrated. Reflective Taco is my most favorite topper, and I use it the most. Thank you for giving us reflective polishes. I agree with you so much, and I will never stop making reflective polishes, but I also understand that there is a bit of a barrier to loving them because people just don't have the right expectation. When I try my best to explain it, and the website will always have like regular lighting versus flash to like try and articulate it, but it is very fun and more of like a mystery pigment that gets that comes out under certain lightings, which I think is just part of the fun experience, because if it was like that all the time, then it's not really like, doesn't have that magic factor. Do you know what I mean? It's just so different than like a holographic glitter. I enjoy the sheer. I think it has to be done tastefully. Yes Super Slime. Last Halloween was an amazing quintessential set of spooky vibes. Yeah, So I'm beyond excited to see what is created this year. Oh, it's scary, but in a different way. Not in a literal, like, graveyard, you know, thirst trap, so toxic, traditional Halloween way. Just in a, like, doomsday. What the fuck is this life? Scary, you know? Different, more realistic. I shall wear purple polish. Wow, as if that is your name. Wait, I said reflective wasn't my favorite, but I never said don't put it in. Okay, yes, I hear you. Ariel on squeaker phone. I feel like cats is a big one too, polishing cats. Yes, statistically, Menchie Gang likes cats. Witchy Cafe, as someone who loves solo mission, pink Himalayan salt scratches the same itch of warm, weird pink. Thank you for the wonderful collection. Thank you, Witchy. Mediocre Manny, I'd love to see copper coated compared to Xyler Cat Eye and Fallen Flake over Herbier Enthusiasm. So we'll pull out comparisons next. Renee Lately, is a red jelly packed with black round glitter too normie? That's not normie at all. Ladybugs are cool. Oh, that's kind of cute. The tricky thing with red jellies is if you want to make it jelly enough, like transparent so you see the glitter or see through it, then it ends up looking more pink. Because what happens when you dilute red, you get pink. And then if you keep the pigment way more red or increase the orange and the opacity, then you end up making it more milky or cloudy, not in a like white cloudy way, but in a way that covers up the glitters. So those black glitters may not pop as well. So that red jellies are always very tricky. And then you also have the added variable of like everyone's skin tone and nail, which will absolutely change if it reads orange or pink. I don't hate reflective, but I just don't have the right conditions to see it all the time. But nobody does. That's my point, Elizabeth. Nobody has the conditions to see reflective polish in the exact, you know, direct light. That's the point. Is that sometimes you get that magic, and it's kind of like a party trick for you and literally people at a party, right? No one sees it like that all the time. I hope that was clear. It's not, you're not supposed to see it like that all the time. Otherwise, you're just constantly like this. You can be non-normie and enjoy certain pinks. Absolutely. You can enjoy every single color. Reflectives are a fun surprise. I like it. Me too. All right. Comparisons. We're going to compare our ingredients. Let's start with pink Himalayan salt. Okay, we'll go in the order of sales data. How's that? hell do I compare this to? Blush money? Okay. Solo mission. Low-key blushing. Lost and found. Oh. Okay. Let's start with cremes. Okay, and again, like, this is over... Whoa, hello. This is over black, so that's not how it's gonna read on a human skin, right? But I'll try and put my hand under it just so you have that for reference. So this was the Cottage Core, also very normie collection that did sell well, but didn't pick up immediately. Sold well over time because normies just come in at random times over time, right? They just kind of gloss, they kind of dance in later. Okay, so just for color comparison, that's Nip in the Bud, the darker one, and that's Rosemary Kill, the lighter kind of weird light pink purple. And then you've got the new shade Pink Himalayan Salt right there. So very warm and cozy, but again, it's gonna depend on who you put it over. And here's Glossed and Found, right? So that was from the Picnic Jellies collection. So Glossed and Found is much more bright pop of lip gloss. Much more like bright, cool lip oil, right? This one's a little more neutral, but kind of similar in their jelly-ishness with the addition of the reflective glitter and scattered hollow. Here's Low-Key Blushing from the Down to Earth collection. Another killer palette, right? These are kind of perfect. At least on top of my hand right here. I really do think the exact tone of pink is very similar here. Low-Key Blushing paired with Pink Himalayan Salt. That would be a really pretty Skittle Manny. If you want some creme and some glitter, or let's say you don't like the jelly look, but you really like the color, then you could just layer on one coat of this on top of this and get full coverage, 0 visible nail lines, and get it done in one coat. You'd have less glitter just doing the one coat, but these are a really good pair together. Here's Blush Money from Holo Royalty collection from 2025. Blush Money is like way cooler pink, which statistically, when we ask Holo Royalty what undertone of polish do you prefer if you were forced to choose, although most people always pick the category I don't care, give me all of them. If we count that out, cool undertone is almost always the favorite in terms of proportionally what they're voting for. So Holo Royalty, we're gonna do a cooler tone, but for this collection we intentionally went a lot warmer. Now I also got the Pirouette Pink from the Advent Calendar, which I thought was gonna be close, but then I'm like, why did I think that? Those are not close at all. But this pink was a little more like ballet pink, right? So that was a crushed hollow with a pink shimmer. That was from our Advent Calendar collection. RIP. Those were all limited edition mini tacos. We are working on an Advent Calendar polish, not the calendar itself. Never again, probably. But we are working on a polish restock for near holidays, because I know it did feel like that was a one-time never again. And there's just so many good shades that were in that set. So we're working on something. Again, later this year. Stop spoiling. It's literally the beginning of fall. We're not getting carried away. Solo Mission from the I Need Space collection from what feels like so many Valentine's Days ago. So Solo Mission has so much lore attached to it. People were so mean to her. They said she looked like ham or a bologna sandwich. She came from a meat box. These are your words, not mine. She was retired as a result of very low sales and also everyone just hating on her. So that's why you see that I am like physically shook because I'm like, I don't understand. How is pink Himalayan salt the best seller individually 24 hours in when this shade was like, no, like the worst. Now, things can change. We gotta wait and see because it's only been literally one day. If by holiday, you know, like let holiday sales pass and then see what people are choosing to pick up, where there's more of a discrimination variable at play, right? People are like picking and choosing more when there's like Black Friday sales. They're not necessarily going by like just what's new or what collection was newly presented. Then I want to see, does pink Himalayan salt fall off? Because she might. She might then. Planning on scooping herb, copper, maple, and salt if they're still there on my birthday, September 1st. Yay! Happy early birthday. Love the vibes. All right, let's move to the next bestseller, which is maple sugar glaze. And honestly, like just maple syrup, check. That's all you need to know. Stunning. Beautiful. Watch us vote back Solo Mission for royalty because we regret. That's never gonna happen. You guys say that all the time and then it never wins. Like Full Charge has been on the vote to bring back list for Holo royalty a few times. Like I actually let it be in there and then like no one's voting for it. All right, what should we compare to maple syrup? I mean, that's not her name. Maple sugar glaze, because this isn't maple syrup jelly. If I were to make a maple syrup jelly, it would be straight up jelly without, you know, sparkle shit in it. This is maple sugar glaze because it's sparkling. I voted for Full Charge, you and not enough people, proportionally. Choco Holo? Compare it to maple jelly? Well, no, it doesn't exist yet. That's what I'm saying. Don't trick me. Birthstone collection, got it. Tax Haven, got it. I'm Rover it. Those aren't the same. We'll compare that to copper coated. Come on. Burnt Bridges, okay, got it. Really don't have that many. See, this is why we needed her. Like sparkly, deep, rich brown shades. We could do the barista. Yeah, okay. So there's maple sugar glaze compared to the Holo baristas, which were much more neutral and like not gold, right? This was our first foray into crushed holos. It was like basically the birth of like the crushed holo formula after highest bidder from before, but this was like, these continue overall to be really good sellers, presumably because they're neutral and hollow, but easy to remove, so they're not glitter, right? But I would say maple sugar glaze is like way more punchy in its color. Like it's way more rich and luxe and less neutral. Does that make sense? Like it's more like, oh, dashing fall Thanksgiving, stunning. Like Martha Stewart would definitely pick this over these because she likes to stand out, I think. I don't know her. I just get that vibe of if she was choosing which one, you know. Much warmer, brighter. It satisfies the palate. It looks more appetizing. Like it literally looks more appetizing. That's how I would describe it. Yes. Okay, then let's compare to Tax Haven, which is that RIP'd yet? Because she was retired. So Tax Haven is a multi-chrome from the Vacation Collection, which was like 5 years ago. That's the last time we took a vacation. That's crazy. No, I'm just kidding. But Tax Haven was a multi-chrome that shifts from like a reddish brown to a bit of a goldish orange brown. But again, not a jelly, not syrupy, very different in the layering vibes, and doesn't have that insane reflective glitter, which this light is not optimized for reflective glitter. It's optimized for everything else. But you've seen the clips. All right. How about some Topaz Tears? RIP to anyone born in November who doesn't get their birthstone shade voted back. It was not the most popular, I'm not gonna lie. So Topaz Tears was a little more citrine leaning, a little more dark topaz, more smoked out. The base was a bit darker, more neutral, less warm, less orange. And I just wanted to pair it up with some brown cremes. So this is our cookies and cremes collection, which I think overall like still really slaps. Like Brownie Points is such a good classic rich brown creme, and also the coverage on our cremes insane, okay? But look, you could easily do Brownie Points and then one coat of maple sugar glaze if you're lazy as hell. Now it's not going to be as like layered up. You're not going to get as many sparkles if you just do one coat. But if you're lazy and, you know, you just don't want to bake it, you just want something you can put in the fridge overnight, that's an option. You forgot about it? Yeah, Brownie Points, one of our most, I think, stunning browns, and the pigment and coverage on it is like almost like a one coat black, but I wouldn't legally say that. That's Ginger Snatched. I'd say that's a little more cool toned rather than warm, so it doesn't really work with maple sugar glaze. But kind of funny that this was our first like baking-ish collection, cookies and cremes, right? A little brighter because this was closer to spring release, right? So Perry Social, again, one of our best sellers to date is that one. So it was more like cookies and cream and some bright butter and whatever. And that's where we released Milky White Shimmer. But then our next like baking, cooking adjacent collection is warm, gilded, way more on the specialty finishes as opposed to cremes and a topper. So trying to cover all the bases for all different interests and vibes. All right, we got the Dark Rainbow collection. Remember when we used to make collection color stories just based on a rainbow? Now, I would put her somewhere in between Burnt Bridges and Amber Apathy, RIP. You could probably guess why no one bought this shade. But even still, like, there's something about the reflective mixed with the gold shimmer in the base of maple sugar glaze that is just, like, so saturated and rich. It's crazy. And here's our glitter polishes. This brown Choco Holo was retired many years ago. But that was from the 2021 Christmas Without the H launch, which was basically just different colors of traditionally color-coded Christmas colors in glitter. I'd say it's close to Choco Holo. A little oranger, though. Like even a little bit warmer. right? There's less of like a, and that is just because of the holographic pigment. Holographic pigments will go through all colors of the rainbow, including green. You cannot escape it going to green. So that's gonna happen when you like go like this. But because there's no holo in maple sugar glaze, there was only gold, like uniformly gold pigments, then it doesn't at any point have a green flare, right? It is exclusively warm gold leaning, if that makes sense. I still miss that Xmas collection. Yeah, I know. I feel like I've spent the last couple years like not doing glitters of the Christmas variety to listen to the customer feedback of people who are like, I don't use glitter polish, or don't release Christmas vibes, or whatever. I think I'm gonna stop listening to them. Maybe just a tiny, just once. Maybe we do something that's like more universal, and then we also do something that satisfies that. I don't know. It's a possibility. You didn't hear from me. Oh, I just realized I ran out of tea. Justice for Jingle Hell. I have to sip water. Ben, could I get more tea? I don't even know if he's home. He probably left. He's like, fucking him out. All right. Copper, did we cook? Okay, in the bottle, like, beautiful. It even looks like it's melted molten copper in the bottle, because that's just how chrome pigments fall. Like, you can see kind of the cast line when I've held it sideways or used it or whatever. That's normal. Like, that won't show on your nail. That's just literally chrome polish. You just shake it up and use it and it's fine. But that's just how chrome pigments can sit on the side of the bottle. So what do we compare to copper coated? Let me guess. The gold from Jackpot. I'm over it. Yep. Where did I just put her? Oh, she's right here. Okay, I'm over it. Bottle service. I'll pull the frosted metals. Camping. I'll pull camping. Not really. Xyler Cat Eye. Where is that? Gonna have to pull this stick. Disco Inferno? Alright. Let's start with what we didn't make it, which was too orange, okay? Disco Inferno, that was from the Holo Royalty Disco Cowboy collection from last year. That was a frosted metal, so you could see like it has discernible foil flakes in it, whereas this is a smooth chrome formula. But the color itself, this is like orange, and this is copper. Copper and orange are not the same. And in my opinion, copper requires a metallic element to it. So it has to be something like a pigment that will convey or is composed of a metallic, whether it's a foil flake or just a tiny pigment, in order to actually look copper and not orange. So very, very tricky in my opinion. And then here we've got the golds from the Jackpot collection, which we still have individuals of. So if you wanted to pick up any backups, or you missed out on the Jackpot collection and are just looking to get to free shipping or something with the Spice Rock collection, although you already would be if you're getting the whole collection if you're in the States, but if you're international and you're trying to get to free shipping thresholds, we still have individuals of the Jackpot collection in stock for now, but that is sweet in the pot. So I'm happy that we now have gold, silver, and copper, because we still have world's first, right? Am I wrong? It's like sold out just today. I swear to God. Yeah, I don't have World's First painted on this wheel for some reason. Like the same type of wheel. But it's silver. All right, here's some frosted metal comparisons. That's cheap champagne. Ooh, so cheap champagne I describe as more of like a pale, more rose gold adjacent. And maybe that's just my mind. In my mind, it's like more shinier, like glossier, like tiny micro, like metallic flakier as opposed to smooth chrome. But I do think they can still pair nicely together, so that's cheap champagne. I'm Rover it. So here's another example. Of the difference between copper and orange, right? Now, maybe this is more of like a burnt rust. That's how I would describe that if I'm allowed more words than just, you know, one word. But I think this is I'm Rover it from the I Need Space collection. And this is the new copper coated. So it's a little bit lighter, but I wouldn't call it like pastel either. It's still like saturated and rich, but it is more true copper pot and not like rich, saturated, burnt rust. So different vibes for different things. And this was a tricky one to do. You know, took us this long, but we did it. All right, so if I grab Xyler Cat Eye Magnetic. So Xyler Cat Eye, we have it Cat Eye Magnet, or that's just plain, that's unmagnetized, is more of a soft copper, like more like, that is more of a pastel copper or pastel metal, if that makes sense to you. And that was done intentionally to have copper coated, like not actually land in that pastel category, which I would say was like our first run of One-Coat chromes or whatever. But it also feels very distinct from Xyler, which is magnetic and not chrome. So they're very different formula-wise anyways. And even when you have it plain without the magnet, like it's not actually chrome. You see the difference? See how there's pigments you can actually see the size of? They look a little bit textured as opposed to this being super smooth and shiny and will refract more like a mirror. Will Advent Calendar Polish restock be minis? No, I would never sell minis individually. It's just not worth it from a supply chain cost of goods perspective. We'd have to charge you more than what you would feel would be fair for a mini half the size, simply because it still costs more to make a mini than dividing by 2. So I just wouldn't do that. So no. The only situation I would sell minis again is if they were sold as a set bundle. Like you can't buy one. You'd have to buy all of them in a set. But for Advent, we're going to do it differently and put them in normal sizes. Wait, so shrinkflation isn't worth it? I can't speak generally to that term in like the food industry and how people expect that or what that means. But as far as nail polish is concerned, it absolutely does not make sense from a cost of goods, because you still have to pay for the process, which is the same or more, to adjust all your machinery to fit a smaller bottle. So that process is still the same, even if you're using half of the ingredients. It's not just the ingredients of what goes into a polish that makes up the cost of a product, right? You still have to fill the bottle. You still have to ship all of the components over. The cost doesn't change. So if the fluid ounces are exactly half of a full bottle, let's say, it always costs more than exactly half of the original cost of goods. So if I translate that out to how much would I charge for one mini bottle, it would have to be more, or we would lose money. And that is probably similar to anyone else in cosmetics making minis, but maybe some brands just choose to like take a major hit because they know it's gonna do better for like sales or gift with purchase options. But for us, it just seemed like a supply chain nightmare and way too risky given the current state of the supply chain. So I'm never going to, I mean, I can't say never, but I'd be very shocked if all of a sudden we landed in an economic climate where it made sense for me to sell minis individually. And yeah, that's not what shrinkflation really means. Shrinkflation would mean like I give you the same bottle, but I actually make the ounces smaller and then charge you the same, which I'm not doing. So that's not what we're talking about. I guess, yeah, the question could have been posed differently. All right, so going down the line, we have herb. Herb, what should we compare to this green? Ooh. Okay, so I have, we could do Stop Buggin'. We could do the Down to Earth greens. We could do Hair Don't Bother Me. We could do Chameleon Coat. No one's gonna forget about her, are they? We also have the Haute Garbage collection. Okay, I only have Chameleon Coat on one of these because she's just so old. It was like before I started doing this wheel system, which I prefer the wheel system for showing on stream because they're larger and it's easier to like organize them by collection. So that's just, you know, footnote if you care about my methods for presentation. All right, here's Chameleon Coat, which was like from 6 years ago or something. And she is known as the polish that would never die. Like she was one of the early retirees and then just like would not sell out. Because green, I guess, but I feel like the customer base has changed. They're not as against ugly greens as they used to be, which is good. You know, we're learning. But Chameleon Coat was, again, not available anymore, but she was a multi-chrome. So you can distinctly see the two different colors of green, like more army green and then like a quite vibrant, like clover green on the shift. Whereas Herb Your Enthusiasm is not a multi-chrome. It is a metallic with a more uniform green. And I will say overall it's warmer. It's a more like olivey green, like a green olive, but dark. Bring her back? No. What did I just say? Who's not paying attention in class? No one bought her, even when she was retired. It took her so long to finally sell out. So we're not going to restock a pigment. Now, nevertheless, a multi-chrome pigment, which are one of the most expensive pigments in the land now, multi-chrome and linear holo, yes. If no one's going to buy her, do you want us to lose money? That's what I know people who don't want to see us succeed say. They say, bring back Chameleon Coat. Who do you work for? I'll buy them all, JK. Yeah, I know you, JK. Hello, everyone. I absolutely adore this collection. I appreciate more shades and this autumn vibey colors. Yes, I'm so happy that we found a slice in mid-August, really, is when the fall vibes start picking up in the fashion industry anyways. Bring back Chameleon and lemons. Yes, we'll bring back Lemon Sucker and Spritzer. so no one can buy them. So we can waste all of our resources. All right, let's compare it to Haute Garbage, which is the ugly collection. The Born Ugly collection, the April Fool's joke of the year. It all started with Born Ugly, which, like, okay, that's a pretty good Skittle, though. Dirty Martini, I don't know if I love it with Dirty Martini, but Sparkly Shit, oh, that is perfect. Perfect. Herb Your Enthusiasm with a dash of Sparkly Shit. Wow, we're just having so much fun in the kitchen. That's no smoking, if you wanted a comparison. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but those are beautiful Skittles. I agree. This is an absolutely stunning Skittle. And just for like more tonal differences, here is Stop Buggin', which was a much more vibrant emerald leaning green, let's say. Different formula. That's more of a micro metallic foil flake. Herb Your Enthusiasm is just a smooth metallic. And then let's compare to Para Don't Bother Me. That was from the Birthstones collection, RIP. She was not in the top requested of the 12 Birthstones that were voted to be brought back. She was in the bottom half. I know, it's sad because she is stunning, but you know, couldn't do them all or else people would just get mad at me for, I don't know, exclusivity or something. The Queen is here. Hello, chat. Hello, Queen. Sophia, did I tell you? In case you missed it. The best-selling shade of individuals in the last 12 hours, 24 hours is when it launched. If I exclude people who bought the whole collection set, is Pink Himalayan Salt, which you said was your fave. And I am like still shocked. I think this was your fault. This is definitely Sophia's doing. Because in no other Holo Taco world would the warm jelly pink sell the best in a rich, cozy, multi-formula Holo Taco collection for fall. Like, that is insane. I still don't understand. I think I have to attribute this to Sophia. It's because she said buy it. Hey, we should be a nail polish marketer. It's just so tasty looking. But like, can't you say that about all of them? I mean, maybe you wouldn't want to eat cast iron, but all right, we were comparing Herb Your Enthusiasm. Oh, I just wanted to pull the Down to Earth shades just so we can compare the undertones. See, I really think that even compared to Modest Moss, which on its own is a bit earthier, a bit warmer, Herb Your Enthusiasm is even warmer, closer to Not Pressed, but not as far. She's also retired, RIP, but they do look nice in a Skittle. Very Shrekky. All right, that was Herb. Let's go to Sugar Dust Taco for comparisons. So Sugar Dust Taco, here she is again on black, white, and clear ring. And this one honestly is easier to compare, like looking at a close-up on the website, because it's more of a composition. So for everyone who's like, what type of glitter, what scatter, what size is it? Like, you're better off just looking at the website and just like pulling the different listings. But I will give you at least our 3 OG toppers. So the 3 over black at the, ignore the unicorn skins, right? So right here we have, these are all OG from launch. That's Flaky Holo Taco. It's just straight up black, or sorry, straight up silver holographic asymmetrical flakes in a clear base. This is Scattered Holo Taco, a little more delicate and smaller, more sparse. And this is Linear Holo Taco, all on a black base. And then on top, is the new sugar dust taco, which is more densely packed on purpose. And it's a little more granular sugar, right? And it's got, if I'm blurring it, you can see that there's like orange. That's the iridescent glitter, at least on black. On white, it'll read more cyan blue. Just, it's a bit overexposed to see it at, or you can kind of see it there. We're optimized for the holo on black in this lighting. But we've also got that addition of crushed holo, which is not the same as flaky holo. They're different. They're kind of smaller and less, more flatter. But yeah, a little bit of something for everyone. So for some people who are like, give me a little bit of this and a little bit of this, it's a little more sophisticated, our new sugar dust taco. She's more compact. Yeah, she's more dense. So she'll get you a better rise in the oven. Is that how that works? I don't know. I have maple syrup on my spice rack, okay? Okay, cast iron. This is a very Simplynailogical shade. I think the number one thing that I would expect people want her compared to is Blacklisted from the 3rd anniversary gala collection, long since retired. That was our like monochromatic collection, basically just black, white tuxedo vibes. But we haven't had a near black or gray shiny polish, like metallic coated, since that era, which was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I really felt we needed one in the catalog that wasn't retired and gone. And that I decided to tweak it so it's not the same as Blacklisted because it is a more neutral gray base. If you notice, this is a bit cooler in comparison because it was using a slightly more cool toned black base. And to match the warm, cozy vibes of the Spice Rack collection, we neutralized that base so that it's a little more, like warm isn't necessarily the right word, but it's definitely more neutral. I love that it's slightly warmer than Blacklisted. Heavy Metal Mixtape had purple in it and champagne, so... So Heavy Metal Mixtape from the 2021 Remix collection was a blend of all the frosted metals at the time, which, shocking, is gonna lean purple. And if you look really close, there's also champagne flakes in it that kind of makes it look like a bit oxidized. But yeah, that is long gone from 2021. And one thing that I think it's important for our longtime customers to understand and appreciate why we choose to release something that might inevitably be similar to something we did 5.5 years ago is precisely because it was done 5.5 years ago, right? And or has been retired for some time. And what happens is over time, like there might have been such a good shade that like got away or would be such a good vibe fitter for whatever the collection is, like, you know, this cooking pots and pans style. And I want to be able to release polishes that are going to fill a gap in the spread of what we're looking at right in front of us that satisfy customers today and not just lamenting over you released something similar 5.5 years ago that has since been retired. Because isn't that kind of like gatekeeping vibes to be like, oh, you're not allowed to release something that is similar, also never the exact same, but similar to something that no one else is able to get anymore? That kind of sounds like gatekeeping to me. So while I still appreciate and respect the logic of like limited edition, like we're not going to release this exact thing ever again, like fair. I wouldn't do that intentionally on purpose. From a forward thinking, there's always new customers coming in the mix, people who missed out or people who did get Blacklisted 6 years ago or whatever, and just want another bottle of something similar because they can't get it again because it's that old, then I want to be able to have the freedom and flexibility to do that. And if you have that old shade from 5 years ago in your collection and it still pleases you and you don't need any more, then totally fair. You don't have to pick up the always slightly different, shade that's going to have a different concept, different shade, or different collection vibes. So yeah, that's just like part of my thinking. I'm forward thinking. I'm thinking of customers now and into the future, and not just dwelling on, okay, well, we did this 5.5 years ago and I'm gonna gatekeep its vibes completely and never do anything similar. The other kind of overlapping logic, if we want to get deep into the pot here, that I end up coming up with is the longer a nail polish or cosmetics brand exists, we're over 7 years old now, the more likely they're going to release something similar to what they've released before. These are facts. Drop them. Only in the beginning of a brand will they ever be able to release something that is unlike anything they've done before. It is statistically impossible. If you take a color wheel, okay, take like in your brain, just like a whole color wheel, plot, if you could, I know like specialty finishes, whatever, it's special. Plot what we did in the first year. Like, we're not covering much of the map, right? Add year 2, add year 3, add year 4, add year 5, add year 6. The gaps between everything we've ever done narrow. Colors are finite. Now, formulas and variants and shifts this way and mix-ins that way, we have more room to play with to always make you something that feels different, whether in exact undertone or formula or mix-in, etc. And that is always what I am hyper fixating on, if I'm honest. Like, is that we need to tweak this undertone literally just to make it more different than that. Sometimes that's how I'm making my decisions. But I need people to also understand that every single collection we launch will always be similar. You're always going to find some. Like, it is like, yes, statistically, yes, correct. To say this looks like this looks like, yeah. There's only so many colors and formulas. And something we released in 2021, if it's been retired, I want to be able to like revisit that vibe. Maybe it's not exactly the same. I don't want it to be exactly the same. But that's where we are. So that's my positive way of looking at, just an infinitely narrowing gap on finite colors. It's always going to be like that. And if you are someone who doesn't think you need something because we released it 6 years ago, that's fair. But what I ask is to not make other people or me. I feel like you're talking to me sometimes, which is fair because people think I'm talking to them directly too. So it's only fair. Like, just if other people are interested in it and it's new to them and it's a gap in their collection, that's good. Let's not be salty, no pink Himalayan salt pun intended, about the fact that, like, yeah, we released a slightly gunmetal blackish polish before 5 years ago, yes. Because other people may have missed it. They, maybe they used up their bottle. Maybe they just really liked the vibes. Maybe they didn't even know about that. So I would just, if you don't need it, that's totally fair. And you do not buy something you do not need or that feels like a duplicate in your own collection for you. But there's so many other people out there looking for fun vibes and nail polish who are not you. So I just don't like when I see vibes of people like down talking something and trying to talk other people out of things. Is that just like the internet? We're cooking too hard with this internet analysis, but that's what I feel like the internet has become more globally, and not even just when I'm talking about product in my brand. Like, I feel like everyone on everything, whether you're talking about a celebrity's makeup or like this fashion dress, everyone's just like piling on to talk about what's bad about it to them. And it's like, okay, well, maybe you don't like that dress, or like you wouldn't look good in that dress, but maybe she slays. Or maybe there's other people who like this hideous dress. I don't know. Like, not every, yeah, like mediocre Manny put it, not every collection will be for you. Maybe you already have something similar. That's fair. Just don't put that energy on other people, because then you make them feel like they shouldn't get it. And I feel like humans just do that on purpose. It's like a social psychology of like, how do we make ourselves feel better because we're bitter about something, and then you like try and make other people feel bad too. And that's just, I guess, I am your therapist. I am your therapist today. Sometimes it just comes on. The internet has kind of a weird twinge of no one can have joy lately. That's what it is, Carter. That is what it is. It's been like growing, you know, since COVID, right? Like, really. I mean, among other major events in North America. But yeah, that's what it feels like, you know? And I just want to be a happy corner on the internet. And I want to make nail polish that people like. And it's okay if it's impossible to like 100% of everything. That's fine. But don't shit on something just because you don't like it if other people like it. You know what I mean? Like, just don't like it. Just let it be. Yeah, a few people use the don't yuck other people's yum. I don't know why. I just think that's just a boomer term. I feel like my grandmother said that. This is not to be confused with me saying I don't want any constructive criticism. Do not do that either, because the internet likes to do this thing too, where they will deliberately misinterpret or like reach what I'm saying on the other end and be like, well, therefore, you just don't like it when someone says they hate copper. And it's like, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm just saying it's okay if people are excited about something and you're not. Like, let them be excited. It's fine. And who are you talking to when you say you've already released this? Like, no, I haven't. No, I have not. I will prove it to you for 4 hours when we do comparisons. Don't piss in other people's posts. Well, that's another one. All right. Okay. We were almost done. You know, there's tea cooking in the kitchen. So that was cast iron and blacklisted. I don't think there's another black shiny, which is why we needed cast iron, to my point. We need more black nail polish. And I say that as like, why doesn't my brand, I love black and hollow, have more black nail polish? I don't know. I don't know how this happened. Cancel me. Sending a hug because I asked for a heavy metal mixtape comp and didn't want you to feel attacked. I don't feel attacked by chat, honestly. Like, chat doesn't. Chat is always chill. All the reasons you listen. Hey, you want to see comparisons? I'm happy to walk through them on stream. And one thing that my data analyst self can totally get on board with is having the time to provide context. So stream allows me the time to like take your question, look at it sincerely, and like compare, and the time to provide you the context, like what I just did, you know, probably way too much. What I really struggle with as a analytical person is when it's like a platform or a scenario where there just is no option for context, for like me to explain this and give this and have a little bit of a back and forth. And what happens is someone just makes a conclusion out of little evidence or knowledge, and then just people take it and then they go with it. And it's not a space where I can say anything. That is probably one of my biggest like struggles as a analytical or, you know, analyst forward person, is that I have no ability to provide context. So that's why I actually love stream and spending 4 hours chatting, because like I always have the time and space. I mean, sometimes I get off stream and I think of more things I could have said. How much yapping can she do? Yes. Can you compare it to nightlife? Yes. Nightlife from the Holo Renaissance Holy Crushed Holo collection. So those were all stunning, like jewel tone crushed holos. So I'd say that one is a little more cool toned and much more concrete gray. So a little bit lighter, but could work in a beautiful like grayscale Skittle. I missed out on gray. You mean Great from Julian's collection? Ah, let's compare that one. So Great was ahead of its time. Oh wow, much cooler, right? That's almost like blue steel gray, but I wouldn't call it blue either. But see, I don't think in isolation Great was like very blue. I just really think this cast iron is much more neutral, if that makes sense. And again, it fits with the vibes of the rest of the warm tones, because if it was a slightly blue undertone black, like it would not work. So there was a slightly cooler version of cast iron, but it was just not working for me in the range. And then, of course, I wanted to make it more different than Blacklisted. I did not expect the difference to be that massive. And that's another thing, is that sometimes, like, you know, we'll see nail polish and you'll see one photo of it, or you'll see it in one video. And your brain will be like, it looks exactly like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And it's like, well, no. You need to actually compare it to something like in the same scene or setting, which is not possible to do for all the shades we've ever released in the last 7 years, because there's just more. So we can't do that up front all the time, immediately, when everyone's like, give me this. But when I have the time and space to walk people through it and to pull, you know, for multiple things, I will. And then you're like, oh, damn, that's different. And I'm like, I know, because I don't want to make anything that is exactly the same. All right, so what else did we have? Oh, that was it. We did it. That was all the comparisons. Look at that. Nope, it wasn't. Sorry, I lied. The magnetic. All right, Brûlé Me Away. Very rich gold line. There's No Smoking. Here, I'll put this one on top. So that's No Smoking from the Haute Garbage collection. That one had a much more like blackened dark green base. And the multichrome pigment pull, the magnetic pigment pull was actually a multichrome. So that's why on the stripe of No Smoking, it does look like it's shifting, right? From a bit of like almost a copper to a greenish yellow, because the pigment is multichrome. The magnetic pigment in Brûlé Me Away is not multichrome. It is uniformly bright gold, which does two things. It stays the same color, but it also casts a bit brighter, because the multichrome pigments are just kind of dark, like at source. And I thought the brighter standalone gold worked better. It looked more like bright caramelized, like toffee. Not as dark. A little like more cozy and bright, like the flavors are lifting up as we're cooking. What, there was no smoking there yesterday? No, that was a mistake. It was just an accidental inventory. It just reset everything that was out of stock. That doesn't actually mean more of anything was made. That there was a glitch on the website, yes, a couple days ago. We did not actually make anything more. It's just anything that was out of stock appeared like it was in stock, but it was not. Sorry, sometimes these website things happen. We are hoping to have oat garbage in the vault, though. I think I got to do a vault review shortly because it's already August. Gotta get ready. Okay, was I doing? Oh, camping collection. Yes. So here's the magnetics from the camping collection. So we had Feeling Sparks, which used the multichrome gold pigment from No Smoking, similar to No Smoking. So see how there's like, it's got a bit of a shift to it. I know it's also in a red jelly base, and it has like orange iridescent flakes and some other stuff in it. But it really just depends. Like, Feeling Sparks has way more like colors and stuff going on. And Brûlée Me Away is like straight up gold, like gold metal ribbon. Delicious. It is more exclusive in its luxe flavoring. Feeling Sparks is much more of a medley, like strawberry jam background. And Off the Grid isn't really a comparison, but that's Off the Grid. And we could do, since I have it out here already, let's just compare Xyler Cat Eye. Oh, and we could do Fairy Tale. Hold on. All right, I can't do both at the same time because they're on different parts of the stick. But here's Xyler Cat Eye. Again, I'd say it's closer to the copper, but it's a magnetic shade. But it's very soft. Soft pastel orangey. And then we've got Fairy Tale, which is RIP'd. So that was our first like brown magnetic, let's say. But that was much more cooler tone brown. Very pale, like almost a bordering on mauve brown, but like icy brown magnetic. This is much more warm and gold and really striking, especially if you have, like people have been saying this about me already, it looks like my hair. If you have like honey colored highlights, especially if you're like brunette, I guess, because there's like darker edges to it, it might actually look really good if your hair is aligned. You know what I mean? Or you have like sun-kissed streaks in your otherwise brown hair. It could look pretty cool. Or it could bring out your summer tan or whatever. It's very gold and gilded. I do think this would make like a nice holiday shade too. The brown magnetics have had a glow up. Absolutely. I personally think all of our magnetics have had a glow up. And I'm especially thinking of the Magnetic Attraction collection, which was launched earlier this year. Like this, we fucking killed it. I mean, totally different color story. This is not fall at all. But the way these magnetics just turned out so beautiful in their own way for that almost like very flirty, girly color palette. I absolutely love how these turned out. And I'm excited that we're able to procure some of these, you know, more exciting shades, if I dare say so myself. I don't know. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to also be doomsday with supply chain. We're just going to pretend that doesn't exist. Yes, I think you teased another magnetic collection that I'm dying for. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never leak something so many months in advance. Like, that could not be me. All right. So safe to say, I think we cooked with the Spice Rack collection. What do you say? Let's see. I want to see if there is anything on the detective's end or bingo, bango, bongo. Hold on. Let me check. There is. Uh-oh. There's something there. What do I do? Okay. Is there a bingo too or no? Let me check. We are eating well with this collection of spices. Yes. I'm feeding you. If there is a bingo, let me check. Yes, there is. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. There is a bingo. Thank you to the Discord for making that. And there is also a detectives deck. Damn. You guys are busy and back to work because fall is in session. You're back to school. Perfect. So we're going to do that next. I'm just going to do a quick pee out the tea. And I will BRB and we will look at this. Whatever the unhinged deck that has been created for me. All right, refill your water and your tea. I will BRB. We're back. Uh-oh. I didn't even listen to my own advice and refill my water. RIP. You missed my shot? Unrelated to today's stream, I'm going to a concert tonight and painting Velvet Room right now. It's such a good red shade that suits my skin tone perfectly. Awesome. Great to hear that. Yes, I think it was a well-received red. Thank you. Ben just heard me say I'm out of water. He missed the part where I said tea, but that's okay. Let's do Spice Up Your Life. All the people of the world, spice up your life. Everyone ever. Okay, thank you to the Holo Taco detectives for making this deck. They're back after summer break. Welcome back to Detective 101. This deck is made by Holo Taco detectives who live predominantly in the deep, dark depths of the Simplynailogical Discord server. So I do have a Discord server where anyone can chat with each other 24/7. Just be on your best behavior. We do have mods, which we love. Shout out to the mods. But yeah, they like to predict and guess and come up with, thank you, you know, ideas, conspiracies for what we're going to release next. Obviously a collab with the Spice Girls. May 2026, bathroom Ben selfie. Oh my god. He is literally wearing different versions of copper coated, yes. I tested the copper chrome on Ben in particular because I wanted to see if it kind of performed or stood up to the like one coat chrome of it all, you know what I mean? So I use his nails sometimes for like an extra set of testing hands that are a little more normal nails, unlike mine, which are like super overused and I know what I'm doing too good, you know what I mean? So he was wearing different versions of copper coated. That's back in May, which makes sense. He probably was wearing them earlier, or we were testing earlier. It does look good. It's kind of masculine in a way, right? So is a lot of the like fall vibes palettes, I find. Burning food for fun. Our lizard queen reincarnated. There she is. Jalapeno? Like, I don't know. If I were to make a jalapeno shade, I feel like it would have large chunks of something in it. Like to represent the seeds or something. This is too smooth and stunning. A little more like universally herby. Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't notice it. Yeah. I think I'm holding a kale chip, right? This is during the cottage cheese, or not cottage cheese, the air fryer stream. One of my air fryer streams. So I must have been testing. What am I wearing on these two nails? I actually don't remember because it's not whatever this collection is. Honestly, sometimes my other hand, which this is my other hand that I don't photograph this. She's not the star. I like have random things on it at random times. And I believe this was probably the last two prototypes for this green. There's probably a slight undertone difference. This was the same one from Polished Mountain? Yes. Herb Your Enthusiasm, the final Herb Your Enthusiasm was snuck into the Polished Mountain stream. So it was, what, the last 3 layers somewhere? One of the last 3 layers of the 100 coats of nail polish that I did this June to celebrate 10 years of Polished Mountain, which is insane. Which chat does this get made in? So in the Simplynailogical Discord server, if you put !Discord in the chat, it will give you a direct link. But then if you go to the Holo Taco section, and then it's usually under Detective's Desk, which is where they build their case files for each launch at their own discretion, whatever they think is going to be a launch. But then there's Detective Theories channel, which is for high-level kind of summaries. And then Daily Detectives, which is for unhinged chaos. They're guessing, they're correct and they're wrong, and they're just like doing weird pickle memes or shrimp memes. Who even knows what they do in there? But it does get discussed in all sorts of different chats in under the Holo Taco section in the Discord. Oh yeah, I think we need another like baking collection, not like as like girly pink and purple and butter, but like a little more spicy and savory. And by spicy, she meant salty. You'll just have to wait until later. Yes. So yes, to that other chatter, this is literally Herb Your Enthusiasm. This was after I approved the prototype. So that was the final shade. No changes were made because things need to be decided like months, several months in advance. But yeah, you saw that back in early June. All right. In July, sip and paint, swatch stick, catch up and chill. What am I wearing? Oh, is that cast iron? It just looks weird from this lighting. It's not as shiny. than this angle. Nail done day. Okay, that's definitely maple sugar glaze. And you could tell because I had the jackpot mani on. And then I just took off my middle finger to swatch the next collection. What a random mani. That'd be a random Skittle that had to be. Okay, back in the den. Salt ban. Oh my god. Okay, how cool does this look in black and white, eh? Like I'm holding the salt shaker. I had my reflective light or lamp around the camera. And then you go to the viewfinder and you see it's like glowing. That does look pretty cool. Now my wrist hurts. Yeah, it actually did hurt trying to hold this salt, which is quite heavy in this specific angle to try and get all the right shots that I needed. Simplynailogical. Oh, I just was full out wearing Brûlée Mayway. And this is gonna happen. Like that, and that's why I don't mind at this point. Cause like, what else am I gonna do? A girl's gotta work. Like, I'm gonna do mail or play gaming or whatever, baking and the normal things that I do twice a week, usually on stream with you guys, while I'm in the middle of swatches. I'm not gonna take off nail polish anymore. I used to like care way more and like paint one coat chrome or one coat black over it. And I guess I just got to a point where I'm like, I'm too tired to like constantly have to worry about what's on my hands just so I can go, you know, do what I need to do, which is stream or whatever. Like sometimes now I'm just in the middle of swatching. Like whatever. It's like, whatever. It's fine. I've grown. Yeah, a girl has to work and spill the tea. What can we say? One coat black did used to be my favorite topper. It still is. I just haven't cracked it out in a while. And sometimes I think that from this far away, like this wasn't a nail stream, right? You can't really tell what it is. Except I guess you did get a macro, so you could tell what it is. Tasty paprika background paper. So that's actually copper, but close. I used a copper metallic kind of foil background for the macro nail swatches. And you can see jackpot nail. That's the way the other nail was just like in there for a frame. Leaks because simply why not? Yes, I did take a wine tasting class. And I was wearing maple sugar glaze because I was in the middle of swatching her. But like, how pretty does she look, you know? With any glass, really. I mean, it really should have been a glass of maple syrup. Copper kettle pot black, or whatever they say. My tiny little pot. I don't think I know anything to make in this. Like, I have no idea what to... Can you, like, fry an egg in it? Make it like a tiny omelet, baked omelet? But it is actually so heavy. Like, look how I'm holding that. It looks so effortless. Because I'm a hand model, okay? Do you know this? Do you know this about me? Oh my god, a piece of magnet is like stuck to it. But this is almost 2 pounds. And it actually kind of hurts to hold it sideways and like nicely with your fingers like nicely flared like this. From the back, I was like going like this to support it with my other hand and trying to keep that out of frame. But that was a wrist workout to get those shots. God damn. A single serve mac and cheese. Okay, that'd be cute. A tiny cake, melt butter for shrimp. Or just what if I like cook the shrimp on it like in a tiny little pot? Simpler times, making $35 a day at basically a blockbuster in one of our video games. Retro Rewind is a game we're playing. That is Sugar Dust Taco. Could it be the return of our long lost crushed Holo Taco? So almost. So you clocked this hand from, it would have been prototypes for Advent Calendar or around that time. So before last holiday, where I do have a prototype of straight up crushed Holo Taco in a clear base. That's just over black. But I didn't want to release it because I was just dreading everyone saying it's exactly the same as flaky Holo Taco, even though it's not the same pigment. And I just didn't want to deal with it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to make this as different as possible. I'm going to add iridescent glitter and Crush Holo, but no one can tell me that's like scattered Holo Taco. So that's what we did. Return of the rust red bend fingers. Ah. You saw I was holding spoons. You accurately guessed it was a copper spoon. I like rusty spoons. If you remember that, you're as old as I am. Simplynailogical is my preferred alter ego because goodness, these are crisp. Oh, the pictures are crisp. Yeah. Because I was taking like makeup shots and then like, I don't know, I just stopped carrying them. My nails looked good. Like, what am I gonna do? Hide them? That's crazy. Just me posing with weird props again. Just some fucking sage leaves. We did go through other shade name options like Sage the Machine and, you know, other Sage puns. But we already had the Sage shade for royalty, so I was like, I don't want to do that. And people just thought Herb and Herb Your Enthusiasm was a little more, like it fit the fall vibes better. So that's what we went with. You cooked with the next collection? Maybe literally. Maybe I have to make it make sense. To make it make sense, I have to cook. Yeah, I fear I'm gonna have to cook something at some point. Salt, sugar, and spice and all things nice. Okay, that's a pretty cool, like, blurry picture of sugar dust taco. It literally looks like falling sugar. And yes, I was holding sugar cubes that went everywhere. And then in the garbage because I touched them all. So don't worry, didn't put that in Ben's coffee. But I was like trying to get props for each shade for this collection. And all I could think of was like sugar cubes because I can't just like hold loose sugar. so I got sugar cubes. But then as I was holding them, they started to like crumble and fall everywhere. So I had to clean those up. If not edible, why do they look so yummy? It does look really yummy. This shaped up to be such a delicious like launch. Just looking at our emails, looking at all the pictures and the wonderful content that was created by our wonderful content team. Oh, delicious. Even when the nail polish is dripping. Like no one's mad at us for spilling the nail polish anymore. They're just mad at us thinking it's AI because it's so well done. That's the new thing. That's the new meta on the internet, is just accuse everyone who has any good looking pictures or videos of it must be AI, right? I definitely don't believe you guys are this talented. It must be fake. I mean, I appreciate the compliment. But in all honesty, I would also appreciate it if we could just launch collections where where people just didn't say that. That would be nice. It would be nice to be able to launch a collection in the year of 2026 and not be accused of that. One day, we could dream. Leak week, leak week. Okay, absolutely stunning visuals that are 100% real and look exactly like all of the things we've done in the past, just different concept. We're just too talented. I fear we're just too talented. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, like this looks like an ad. Like the way you guys laced together these promo shots. Stunning, beautiful. Whenever you guys put together my own stuff in different ways, sometimes I'm like, wow, that looks really good, even though I saw it in isolation. But when you bring it together like this, I'm just like, okay, damn, we really did cook, you know? Shout out to the Holo Taco team and all of our wonderful swatchers, because the way this all comes together, it really does convey tasty, cozy, savory, but also sweet, kind of like cooking pantry vibes, you know? The like warm brown tones really help anchor it. And you've got the metallics. Stunning. Get this on a billboard now. It kind of looks like it's a billboard for fall. This one hurts me. Oh, is this your guys' polls? So sometimes they do polls in the Discord, just like I do on stream. Voted best selling by the Discord. Actually, how did you guys predict that? Because I did not. Voted favorite by the Discord. I believe that, with maple sugar glaze. Voted least favorite by the Discord. What do you have against cast iron? That's my favorite. Okay, that and maple and copper. Fuck. I like these three. Voted worst selling by the Discord? Nah, she wasn't the worst. The green. Why didn't you? Okay, that one just was in the middle, I guess. Now let's turn back time for some fun bonus lore. Uh-oh, what does this mean? Good point about the ants, which were also not AI. Yes, piece of the video can be AI, but not the whole shot. No, the ants. Oh my god. Like, I don't want to derail this, but I'll tell you a term in video editing. It's called compositing. It also exists in photo editing. And it's where you take a video of something that exists and you layer it on top of a different video. Like green screen. I did this all the time when I had Menchie unicorn and then I imposed a background. That's not AI. That's compositing or overlaying video layers. That's what was done with ants. The ants are not fake. There is a real video of ants, but they were not actually crawling on a popsicle. We took a licensed video of ants that were crawling on a green screen background that was removed and then composited, layered them on to a real popsicle. That is not AI. And it frustrates me that there's I don't even know if that chatter was joking, but I've seen someone argue this. Like, editing must be AI. Yeah, exactly. Video editing, skilled video editing, is not automatically AI, and it frustrates me as a video editor of 10 years and not even like a super skill. I'm not a super skilled like CGI. I don't make movies, you know what I mean? But like, have you seen a movie? This is what I say to people who are like, that's AI, because there's no way ants would crawl on that popsicle perfectly. Have you seen a movie? Like, if you do not have any background knowledge in video editing and like these techniques that use a person to like layer these things and use different like screen layer effects to get it, it takes a lot of time from a human to make something unrealistic look like it's happening. So in some ways it's a compliment, I guess, when people are like, must be AI, because it's like looks too good to be real, and they're like, okay, thank you, our video editor's just that skilled. And I used to do all the editing myself, so I know how to make some of these things. Honestly, our content creation team is more skilled than I am at this point. But yeah, while it is a compliment, it's also really frustrating to like, we can't release a collection in 2026. Actually, it started last year when it's all anyone wanted to argue about, without someone accusing us of that. And it's just like kind of disheartening, because I'm just like, I don't want to have to constantly defend my position or like explain video editing to people, but it is kind of a critical thinking skill thing. Yeah, like are all movies AI? I mean, I actually don't know, but historically there's so many skilled video editors that go into making movies to make things look real that aren't, and it doesn't mean it's AI. It's a backhanded insult. That's what it is. Yeah. But I'm also like not the expert in video editing, honestly, even though I guess I did that for 10 years, to like explain to people the methods. Like, I know very simple compositing methods, like how those ants were achieved, which I didn't do, our content creator team did, but like I asked her to just confirm the technique, because I thought I'm like, it must be this, right? But like, yeah, that it is what that was just a composited video clip. But it's like the number of people who will just say something about you and then people just assume that's true. It is one of my biggest pet peeves, which we've had this Simply Reflection discussion before, which is, you know, I just hate being understood, which I said actually meant misunderstood. I know that's the joke. I also work in a creative field and work with illustrators who do hyper-realistic styles, and it's annoying because did it ever cross your mind that someone is just that skilled? Yeah, that is the frustration, because it's like, why are you saying this to me? Do you think like I have no talent or the team has no talent? Yeah, like that's what it feels like. It feels like, and then you have to like, why do I have to defend this and tell you all the video techniques I used? Like, no, like just accept that maybe you don't have enough knowledge about something that other people do. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's the worst case scenario. And we shouldn't constantly have to demand that creators like tell us every 2 seconds everything they produce is or is not AI, unless you have like serious reason to believe it and you see a repeated pattern and people who know what they're talking about actually provide evidence for like, no, like this is why I think that. And I think there is a world of brands or creators where like that is more valid, but that's who that energy should be used for. Use that energy on brands or creators where it is warranted, because when you use it on brands and creators who like, there's no, like that's not what they're doing and you don't know enough to know that's what they're doing. Okay? If you use it on the wrong people, you're just gonna make them feel like shit for no reason. And you're gonna bring the vibes down. And we don't wanna do that. You use the energy appropriately, strategically, for where it matters. And it's not on Holo Taco videos or our swatches or any of that, okay? That's what I said, yeah. Anyways. Back to, let's turn back time for some fun bonus lore detectives. Is crushed hollow a formula that could ever be made into a topper? So the answer is like yes, but also I'm not really into it because it would look very close to flaky Holo Taco. Even though the pigment is technically different, I don't think most people would find an appreciable enough difference to purchase both. And when I say most people, I don't mean collectors and I don't mean nail polish freaks who like go like this. But I think like if you just, you know, it has a similar like kind of dazzling asymmetrical flaky effect because that's what it is. It's just a slightly different pigment. So yeah, that's why I haven't made it a thing. Such a long answer for like, yeah, we could, but I don't know if people would think it's different enough. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to the old stream room. This must have been... Huh, see the solar system is in the background. That's how I know that it was around the time of I Need Space launch, which was... there's no way that was 2024. Was that 2024? Did I just leave that poster up? Is your date wrong, or am I just, my brain is so cooked that I'm like, that was only 2024? I feel like that was like, no, maybe you're right. Maybe it was only 2024. What is time? It was very cozy. That must have been right before I moved then, because I feel I moved 2 years ago, didn't I? Like, I'm asking you. That was maybe right before I moved, because we did move like when it was still winter, I thought. So I think it was like literally right after this. That might have been the last time I streamed. No, the Chrome launch. Was that right after? Time is going too fast. I literally have no idea what's happening. Ella is always right. Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I'm just not remembering. 2 years ago is 2024. How is Skelly? He's right here. He's never left my side. Hair glow up? Yes. Well, That was before I had dyed it at all. That must have been like right before, because I think it was that summer. I also still have like the rashes on my eyes because it was before I suppressed it with immunosuppressants. All right. Simply is not telling me what's on her other hand. I'm just testing something. She's just simply testing. What? My first live stream. Just got your 1 coat black and I'm in love. Thanks, Metal Babe. That's very fitting, Metal Babe. You know, you like black. I'm also wearing 1 coat black. And something else that I'm testing. So that was the crushed holo that we were talking about a couple slides ago, that I just decided to not launch straight up crushed holo, but repurposed it in sugar dust taco. Yeah. What do we think, chat? Is sugar dust taco, aka partial crushed holo taco, worth the wait? Yes, I love her. Yes, I'll wait forever to buy it. Well, why would you wait forever? Yes, I love her. What's correct? Yes. Okay. Know your meme. Maple syrup. Oh, that's actually something different. I mean, it is maple jelly, but it's not maple sugar glaze. Swatch July maple syrup. What's the meme? Oh, the ketchup. I'm like literally not looking at anything beyond the, like my assets in the hands. Of course you guys don't have to, but labeling content is not created by AI. But that's what the AI labels are for. Or supposed to be. Just like sponsored content. I shouldn't have to say not sponsored. I mean, my life right now looks different than how it did a decade ago. But like, think of me as a YouTuber, 7 years ago. I shouldn't have to write not sponsored everywhere. The people who are sponsored should have to write sponsored. That is the disclosure required. In my opinion, we shouldn't have to say not AI, not AI, not AI. No. People who use AI should say it. I just feel like that's where the onus should fall. The default should not be, the onus should not be on the person who's just doing the baseline norm. Those aren't the right words, but do you know what I mean? When I used to say not sponsored, I kind of did it as a joke. I'm like, I'm not sponsored. But like, I didn't do it because like I had to. But there was a period of like 2 years where the internet was like crazy on any creator, where they think you're doing undisclosed sponsorships all the time, right? It's kind of like, feels like it's comes full circle. And then it's like, I felt like, oh, do I have to say not sponsored every time I just like sip this tea? It's like, I shouldn't have to. I should only have to say it when I am. But then that kind of became more normal, and now people do say sponsored correctly. I mean, not always, but it's a little more normalized. So no, I don't think I or anyone should have to say not AI all the time. I think that should just be the standard, and there should be a requirement on those using AI to disclose. And there are platforms that are starting to use that label, like automatically even, if they have a way of detecting it. But anyways, that's a whole other story. Isn't it also illegal to not say that you're sponsored? Correct, under certain guidelines set by whatever your country is. And maybe in the future, there will be more laws introduced that require platforms to require its creators or brands to disclose AI. Yeah, these things all just take time and policy, and we'll see where it lands. And maybe, sorry, yeah, like I don't know if illegal is the right word, but it is against Federal Trade Commission, FTC guidelines in the US at least. But like, I don't think you're going to jail. I mean, someone could bring a suit against you. Civil suit. I'm sure there's a federal example, but like that's so like uncommon. You're probably not going to jail. Okay, whatever. That's all from us. Thank you to the Discord for that. Now let's do bingo. I will share a link. How does sponsorship work exactly? Like, how are you sure they would pay you? Well, I mean, you give them an invoice, you have a working relationship. It's like you hire a contractor. You know, they might ask for 50% up front, they might not. You look at reviews, have people worked with this contractor or company before? Like, you know, if a brand is sponsoring a creator and they prepaid some or all of it and they don't post, then that's a terrible look. And they probably never do that again. But, you know, it's usually the reverse. But it just depends on the working relationship. In my experience, it would be very rare for a company or the person being sponsored to just like not follow through with their side of the commitment. I mean, it's just general good business working collaboration. I would never do that to someone, and I would expect someone would never do that to me. People also sign contracts, which does make it enforceable. But yeah, I mean, these are just basic business. All right, savor your summer. Bingo. I'll paste the link again. Oh my god, 4-hour stream. We gotta fully bake. Mood boards done. Food props done. Spice Girls reference, yes. Salt Bay Bend, well, that was in your deck, so you're cheating. Bake Logical reference, bingo! What do I win? A spice cake with salt and maple only. Something retired sells out? I don't know. Did it? You guys tell me. Launch video takes 30 minutes? Probably. I would swatch for free. No need to pay me. A lot of people still swatch for free. It just depends on, you know, I did it for years too. Like, people buy our nail polish and swatch it for free and post it on the internet too. You do what you want, but you just can't require. That's the difference. A brand should not require you to do specific things if they're not paying you. That's my opinion. But like, anyone can swatch for free in theory and post it. But a brand can't be like, you need to do this, submit this, do this on this timeline or whatever, without compensation or some kind of contract. And I've always thought that. I've said this like even 10 years ago. And there used to be indie brands who, not all of them, but some of them, like they'd send me their product, which I guess is money, but no payment plan, and then would ask me to provide swatches to them on a certain timeline, certain number of poses, and I did it because I don't know, like this was like, I was kind of the dawn of this what they now call UGC nail content creators. So I did that, but things have changed a ton. If I did, and eventually I started to charge, but I charged like $12 a photo, which is not what people charge today. They do not charge $12. This is assuming it is high quality photos. I don't just mean any photo. Like I put a lot of work, time, effort, professional cameras, blah, 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 and video. So I was sort of near like the top tier of creators for that type of content at that time. Anyways, obviously it's not the same today. But yeah, I charged $12 a photo when I finally started charging. When I started, it was like 10 years ago. Can we acknowledge the music? It's everything. Thank you. It's royalty free from Epidemic Sound on a playlist that I've called T-Stream. Chameleon Rebirth? It's not. I'm not checking that. Simply Lick Sugar Cube? No, but that's a good idea. Cinnamon Challenge reference. We didn't end up with a cinnamon shade. It just wasn't sticking. Like the maple sugar spoke way more to me for that shade than going with the cinnamon. And then it just felt like there's too many browns because I really wanted the gold magnetic, which wasn't quite cinnamon. So there was no cinnamon in the collection. Detective slides, done. Future leaks, always. Sugar, spice, hollow is nice, done. Ben Farrell chats, did he? Okay, but what a brag would it be to say that Simplynailogical swatched your collection? Yeah, for free. Apologies if this has been asked, but why did Simply stop doing collection boxes for each release? So we never did collection boxes for every single release. So I don't know why people think we always did them. We just had less collections overall in the very, very beginning, like year 1, maybe 2. But then it was within year 2 or 3 that like we didn't have collection box for everything. On the whole, though, we have reduced our boxes from, let's say, an average of every other, although with exceptions, to limiting it to just the biggest moment collections, like a holiday, like a collab, like an anniversary. In part because of the increasing costs of goods, we never charge for the box, and the boxes have just gotten more expensive, especially because we will only make cool collection boxes if we can put holo, add this and that, which just adds up infinitely, exponentially. But also based on customer feedback, we started pulling you guys probably 3 years ago, asking you about collection boxes, and a lot of you said that you were lacking space and you didn't want every collection to come in a collection box. So there's that reason. There's also the reason of perceived fear of missing out. Having a collection boxes would always be limited edition for supply chain reasons, no matter the era. So that made people feel more anxious about purchasing because it adds a limited edition factor on polishes that were not always limited edition. So we decided to, not always, but usually the limited edition box is paired with limited edition polishes so that your brain can more easily be like, well, the whole thing is limited edition. So when we release a collection whose polishes are not limited edition, like Spice Rack, we just don't have a box, and then we don't have to say that anything is limited edition, because it can really taint the customer's perspective of how they feel like they're missing out on something, when we kept trying for years to say, no, only the box is limited edition, the polishes are not. And while I thought that was like a good compromise and still successful to be like, guys, what matters, the polish is not limited. What matters, all that people took away from that was, oh, it's limited edition. And then they would just get mad when the box sells out. Even though I thought that was like, we're giving you a box, we can't get more of them, but the polish isn't limited, isn't that what matters? And then it turns out that's not what matters. So we just canceled boxes to just make everything easier for you and for us, because boxes are extremely expensive. Anytime we do a box, and we don't charge extra for the box, like if you were to do the math of what's in it, just know that it costs us way more than it used to. So doing them less helps us. It also helps timelines. There's actually like at least 5 reasons, right? There's not one single reason, but it helps timelines, because boxes, we need to sign off on the shade names like 6 to 8 months before the launch. Whereas just the sticker on the bottom of the shade name doesn't have to be 8 months before. Like it could be like half that if we had to. So the box really forces us to decide on basically everything and finalize stuff several months before, because it takes months to produce the box, and every like shade names are on the box, and it takes sometimes months to get the boxes delivered, because they're always from international sources. That's the best packaging comes from international manufacturing plants, or not plants, that's the wrong word, manufacturers who specialize in specialty packaging. Despite everyone in America saying everything is made in America, it's not. If you actually go to the source manufacturer, they're from overseas if you want all the cool shit. And also having less boxes makes them more special. That is true. Yep. So, long story, didn't listen. It was a deliberate choice to help customers, but also us, and just accommodate the economy and the supply chain landscape that we live in that seems like it's not going to change. When are you pulling anniversary and royalty? Well, we're not pulling anything. And again, I think this is from people making assumptions about the last anniversary, which was the only collection pulled from the website because we went through the price change, and it just became too complicated to have polishes listed for different prices when we were trying to change pricing. Jackpot is not being pulled. Some polishes will go out of stock. The box for Jackpot is out of stock currently, but we did make sure we have holdbacks for whether customer service over the vault, and we're always going to pull some, if you want to call it that, to make sure we have quantities, and those quantities might fluctuate for what we need after launch, which I think some people have had trouble understanding, but like, it's a dynamic thought process, right? Because we might save 2% of boxes at source, so they're just never put into inventory for customer service reasons. But if upon selling the collection a couple weeks go by, you realize you're going through those reserves more quickly, you might want to actually pad those supplies with some that's still in stock, assuming you still have stock. So we can be dynamic about this on purpose to decide what suits the customer, and also what's going to be in the vault later. So nothing is pulled. Someone made that up, and I never got the chance to like explain it. So, and I still people will say that anniversary will not be pulled either, with the exception of taking off the, like, if it sells out and we just don't want it on the website anymore, we will take away that listing so it's not confusing anymore. That we do on purpose, which we always do. Like, we're not going to leave on collections from 3 years ago that are sold out. Yes, that is something that all brands do and makes sense, because you're not going to confuse the customer with like a bunch of sold out things from 3 years ago. So we do take off listings that have sold out. Yes, we will continue to do that, and Holo Royalty will come off eventually. I think only 2 polishes are still in stock. So when those 2 dwindle down or go out of stock, yes, we will pull those listings from the website. Just as Jackpot, the collection set, will probably be taken down because it's already been sold out for some time. And as the individuals start to go, yes, it has been, it has come, it has gone. People have had a chance, and we will take it off the website because it just gets confusing at a certain point. People might get the wrong impression that like we're gonna restock it or something, which is why it's easier to just like take it off. And then it creates more excitement for when it is restocked in the vault. And when I say restock, I don't mean we mixed more. I mean, we hopefully kept enough reserves, which is part of the strategy. It's just so complicated. It is complicated, and that's why no one, like, explaining something in one sentence on Instagram, like, I'm not gonna be able to give you the context on that. And I've literally told people that, like, I can't explain this in an Instagram comment. It's supply chain, inventory management, and website marketing are all very complex things that require taking into account so much. And it's so easy to like look at the one thing you saw from a public view and impute what you think happened without knowing all of the other things. I need your help trying on bathing suits. Ben, what? Okay, that was Ben Farrell Chats. There we go. Favorite shade pull, done. Technical difficulty? No. Was that the first time? Featured guest? Oh no. I don't know. Maybe we should pull her from the website. Anyone accusing me of pulling shit off the website for no reason? Take a look at featured guest. Like, honestly, though, this one should be pulled. Like, if we're being real. Like, she... Pour some sugar on... Did I not sing that? I feel like I did. Pink Himalayan salt bestseller? That's crazy that you guys knew that. Spicy food poll? No, but close. I've been very spicy today, though. She has just been, like, spicy business lady. So much so, someone needs to put me in bed. Someone needs to bake me into a casserole, put tinfoil on me, put me in the oven, and shut me up. Ben's like, shut the fuck up. Polish combos. Okay, I admit we didn't do that many, but like, look, we've been cooking for like 4 hours. Simply themed outfit. Oh, you know, this is a cute one. I like this apron. Unironically, it's like the perfect like warm brown color. I'm a hot dish simply. I'm a hot simply casserole. Little shrimp, spicy shrimp. Shade comparisons, yes. Charcuterie board. The fuck? You mean charcuterie? Oh, that's funny. Okay, I actually need to make, okay, preview. In 2 weeks, my sister is gonna have a housewarming party. Congratulations to Jen. She has a house, and we're gonna warm it. I want to make a charcuterie board for her housewarming party, but I kind of want to make like something unique. So I've been looking for ideas. It could be a little unhinged. It could be funny, like that'd be fine. But it could also just be different. I found these like puzzle piece cookie cutters, like they're literally like puzzles. I thought that was an option for like cutting cheese out. I also saw a checkerboard one where it's like checkerboard cheeses and then you put black or green olives in alternating rows, and it actually looks quite stunning. I'm just trying to figure out like what's a cool looking charcuterie board that isn't just like here's the meat, here's the cheese, you know what I mean? Anyways, so that's what I'm got to figure out to bring to her housewarming party, but we can discuss. If you have any ideas, you could leave them in just throw them in Simply React. I'll look at it later. But no charcuterie board today. Make it the shape of her house. Okay, that's fucking hilarious. I mean, the shape could just give it a roof. I can't build a 3D house. That will fall apart by the time I get it to her house. Someone asked if launch is limited edition. I mean, yes, I know Starshot just did that for this, but absolutely, people have asked. It's not limited edition! The next one is, though. But this one is not limited edition! Renee Lately, are you doing something later today to celebrate the day? A walk, a drink, a dance party. Congratulations, Womenist. Thank you, I appreciate that. You know what? I'm actually not. I do like to, like, I don't know, we just go for dinner or something after a launch. It just feels like I should celebrate, you know, things in life. But if I'm being really honest, okay, bingo's done. Thank you, mods. I actually am trying to help myself by getting ahead of work. Because our next couple launches, gotta work ahead of schedule, okay? So I'm really trying to help myself by processing footage, going through stuff, going back and forth. There's more assets. There's like double the amount of assets. Yeah. So just a lot more, you know, work, even though the timelines for you guys are not really changing. You know, it's not like we're releasing something like next week or something, but I just have more, like double the work. It's what I'm saying. So I gotta help myself in my own timeline selfishly. So I think I'm gonna stay in, but maybe Ben and I will go for a walk. Did I just see him say that? Or did someone say that? I think I should go for a walk. Get out of the house, walk it off. I've been cooking too long in this basement. I probably was way too spicy, and now I'm gonna go yell at myself outside. Thank you, wonderful chat, and to the mods. Sometimes 10 minutes of silence is celebratory enough. Yes, Ben, let's go for a walk of silence. Say nothing to me. And yeah, thanks for staying salty, chat. I can always count on you guys to just be... you're not salty. I just meant to help me with my mental salt. You know what I mean? Yes, heat. Enjoy the rest of summer while it lasts. And if you're ready to cook up for fall, then I hope you like our new spice rack collection. I will see you guys on Wednesday. I'm thinking we can either continue Retro Rewind, which I've been loving that game, but someone also put a good suggestion in the Stream Ideas chat that I might pick up on, so we'll see. But then the next 2 Saturdays, I actually think we should do Bakelogicals. So I might see you in the kitchen for the next 2 Saturdays. But yeah, huge thank you to the entire Holo Taco team, everyone who's loving this collection, even the pink Himalayan salt lovers. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see y'all later. Bye. Yes, I am still a shrimp crab because no one made a meme of me as a chef. Come on, y'all.